You just run the cart and it works.
I'm not the boss. I've seen the boss's job.
Best thing about this phone is that I just scroll with my feet. We ready, John?
We're rolling.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. We would like to welcome everyone to our Iron County Commission meeting this Monday, the 8th day of January, 2024, and it's cold out there. And so we're happy to be in the new year here, and we'll move forward. We're going to have a prayer offered by Blaine Ney, our bee inspector, and following his prayer, we'll have a pledge led by George Colson, our emergency manager.
Our Father in heaven, we thank for the opportunity we have to meet this morning to attend this county commission meeting. We're grateful for a system of government where our elected officials are held accountable by the public. We ask to strengthen our elected officials, guide them, that they'll continue to do their right decisions, make the right decisions on our behalf. And we're thankful for the moisture we've received. We ask to continue to bless our mountains and our valley with the moisture we need. I ask to bless each of us this morning, that will be attentive to the needs of this community, and that will honor the wise decisions that are made. So in this name of Jesus Christ, amen.
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 Thank you.
Stand and pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and approve the minutes of, I've got a set of minutes here dated December 11th, 2023. Is there any questions on the minutes?
No.
I thought they were good.
Oh, they were good too.
And I apologize for missing that meeting, but I did watch it online. And so I'll entertain a motion to approve these minutes.
I'll move. I'll try and talk first. I'll move for approval of the minutes of December 11th, 2023.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. I'll sign these in just a minute. Let's go ahead and go to our approval of claims for payment from December 11th through January 7th of, or December 11th of 23 through January 7th of 24.
I'll move for approval of claims for payment from December 11th, 2023 to January 7th, 2024.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Now we're going to go to training on open meeting laws, and we're going to have that presented by Sam Woodall, our Deputy Attorney.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
I envision this being a little less spectated, but that's okay. Welcome, and
Now wait, Sam, just a minute. Do we want to let him do that first and then switch, or do we want to do that now?
The 10 o'clock meeting? Or
Do we want to wait till the 10 o'clock, or we want to do that now?
You can do it either way.
So should we let Sam go, and then we'll make the change? Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, we'll
Wha-
go. We'll
whatever.
let you go first. I
However you
probably
wanna do
should have done it before you, but go ahead and finish.
You're
Then.
up there, Sammy.
I haven't started yet, so
Go ahead.
you're
You're
welcome
good.
to do the whole switcheroo.
Mike might feel gypped not having 5 more minutes in his term.
I don't feel gypped.
Unfortunately, there will be no change in how this applies to you, regardless of where you sit. So.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So for our purposes today, we're going to do a little bit differently. We'll do just a brief overview of the open meetings, and then we'll kind of talk a little bit more practically about things to avoid, how to manage contentious meetings. So this first one is about a 7-minute clip. It does a good job of going through the stuff that I would have put you to sleep on, and so I just play this, and then we'll come back up.
I'm sure you're going to get audio.
Oh,
So what is the Open and Public Meetings Act?
Unfortunate.
That would not work if we don't have audio.
Because I think the audio runs through this machine.
Okay,
Sam, we're going to have to go to Plan A, which we didn't like.
it's fine. Easy enough.
Let me make
Dang.
those changes. I didn't realize you had audio. I'm so sorry.
That's going to be crucial.
You could do it in interpretive dance.
Is there a trick to making it show, Sam? I'm not seeing your drive.
It doesn't work then. It just won't.
One time Mike Edwards did it in under 4 minutes.
No pressure.
Just saying.
Is it embedded? Just, it did come up. The PP file? PowerPoint? Or is it embedded? Okay.
Yeah. It's all in there, so you don't have to do any external stuff.
Not moving fast.
It's a large file. That just means that I can click through
I guess we could do chair change while they're waiting.
Should we do that?
You want to do that?
Musical chairs.
I just got comfortable.
So somebody want to make a motion?
I think I'd probably be the one. I would move.
Paul, if you would, explain, this is actually agenda item number 6.
Oh,
We're
okay.
moving it forward,
All right.
yeah.
So this is listed as agenda item number 6 on our 10 o'clock meeting, reorganization of commission assignments and appointment of commission chair for 2024. So we rotate the chair position each year, and
This is the one we do it on.
this is it. So
So I would move to appoint Mike Blake as commissioner chair for 2024.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I voted against me. That was the only when I was appointed.
So just give me a nod,
Here's your pen.
and
Mark.
No, thanks.
if it helps, video to the room is actually this screen. So if you want to be like, to tell me to click,
Oh, okay, no worries.
Minutes.
or you can just give me a nod, and I'll try and be anticipate.
Okay, advance 2 slides.
Oh,
Oh,
get official.
okay.
So what is the Open and Public Meetings Act? It's the state law that ensures government actions and deliberations are openly conducted. Before we continue, keep in mind that this video is an overview and exceptions may exist based on your entity type. We focus on local government, not state requirements. When in doubt, read the law and consult with your legal counsel. So what's considered an open and public meeting? It's when a public body quorum, also known as a simple majority, meets to discuss or act upon government business. It includes the meetings sometimes referred to as workshops or executive sessions. Regular meetings, public hearings, electronic meetings, and emergency meetings are all open and public meetings. Open and public meetings don't include chance or social meetings. A public hearing is a type of open and public meeting where citizens have a reasonable opportunity to speak. Public hearings happen when a government adopts a budget, imposes or increases taxes or fees, or transfers money from an enterprise fund. These meetings have extra notice and posting requirements and won't be addressed in this video. An electronic meeting is a type of open and public meeting that's convened electronically, such as via phone or the internet. Remember, the governing body must adopt a resolution, rule, or ordinance allowing and governing electronic meetings. OPMA adds additional requirements too. An emergency meeting may be held to discuss an urgent matter due to unforeseen circumstances. In order to hold the meeting, the best notice that's feasible is provided of the time, location, and topics to be considered. An attempt is made to contact all governing body members, and a governing body majority approves the meeting. An open and public meeting may be closed to discuss any of the following: a person's character, competence, or health, collective bargaining, litigation, certain real property transactions, including any form of a water right or water shares, with specific restrictions, security personnel, devices, or systems deployment, investigations of criminal misconduct, and private or protected information per the Utah Procurement Code, including trade secrets. A closed meeting may be held only if a quorum is present and the meeting was properly noticed. 2/3 of the governing body present at the meeting need to vote yes to close a meeting. Quick math lesson. 2 divided by 3 equals 66.7%. Let's say your governing body has 5 members present at the meeting. If 3 out of 5 members vote yes, that equals 60%, which is not equal or greater than 66.7%, which means you're 1 member short and would need 4 out of 5 members to vote yes. During a closed meeting, a governing body can't interview someone applying to fill an elected position, discuss filling a midterm vacancy or temporary absence, discuss the character, competence, or health of a person whose name was submitted for consideration to fill a midterm vacancy or temporary absence, approve any ordinance, resolution, rule, regulation, contract, or appointment, or take a vote, unless it's a vote on a motion to end the closed portion of the meeting and return to an open meeting. When a governing body closes a meeting, the following must be publicly announced and entered into the minutes of the open meeting at which the closed meeting was approved. The reason or reasons for holding the closed meeting, the location where the closed meeting will be held, and the vote of each member of the governing body either for or against the motion to close the meeting. If a closed meeting is discussing a person's character, competence, or health, or security personnel, devices, or systems deployment, or several other exceptions, mostly related to state bodies or project entities, no recording or minutes are required. However, the presiding member needs to sign a sworn written statement stating such. If the closed meeting is held for any other reason, a recording must be made, which includes date, time, and place of the meeting, names of members present and absent, and names of all others, except where disclosure would infringe on the confidentiality necessary to fulfill the original purpose of closing the meeting. Regular open and public meetings require 24 hours notice. The public notice includes the meeting agenda, date, time, and place. Public meeting agendas need to include reasonably specified topics to be considered, with each topic listed under a separate agenda item on the meeting agenda. The governing body may not consider a topic in an open meeting that wasn't on the agenda. If a new topic not on the agenda is raised by the public during an open meeting, the governing body may discuss the topic. However, final action may not be taken on the new topic during that meeting. Additionally, entities holding regular meetings scheduled in advance over the course of the year need to provide annual notice of the entire year's meeting schedule. The notice must include date, time, and place for each meeting.
Notice is posted on the public body's website, in a public location such as the location where the meeting will be held, and on Utah's public notice website in accordance with Utah Code 63G-30-102.
Typically, posting on the public notice website is done by the records officer, recorder, or clerk. However, it's the governing body's responsibility to ensure notice is provided. State Archives has prepared a training manual and quick guide for owners and posters, as well as training videos that can be accessed at their website, archives.utah.gov. Written minutes and a recording are kept of all open meetings, with few exceptions. Written minutes include the date, time, and place of the meeting, the names of members present and absent, the substance of all matters, names of citizens providing comments, the substance of the comments provided, any information a body member requests be entered into the minutes or recording, and a record by individual member of each vote taken. A body with elected members must record each vote in list format by category for each action taken by a member, including yes votes, no votes, and absent members next to each member's name. A recording must be a complete and unedited record of all open portions of the meeting from beginning to end, and be labeled with the meeting date, time, and place. All or any part of an open meeting may be independently recorded by any person in attendance if the recording does not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. Pending minutes means written minutes of an open meeting in draft form subject to change before being approved by the public body that held the open meeting. Pending minutes must contain a clear indication, such as a draft or pending watermark, that the governing body hasn't yet approved the minutes, and that the minutes are subject to change until the public body approves them. Approved minutes means written minutes of an open meeting approved by the public body that held the open meeting. Entities must establish and implement procedures for the public body's approval of written minutes. Public meeting pending minutes, approved minutes, and recordings are public records under GRAMA. Any individual who publicly presents information relating to an item on the public body's meeting agenda must provide a copy of the information for inclusion in the public record. Make pending minutes available to the public within 30 days. Within 3 business days after approving written minutes of an open meeting, make approved minutes and any public materials available at the Utah Public Notice website, the entity's primary office, and the entity's website. Within 3 business days after holding an open meeting, make an audio recording of the open meeting available to the public for listening.
So, Utah law requires
So
that
what
we...
is the Open and Public Meetings Act? It's the state law.
Advance it. There we go. Requires that we go over open meetings. I'll say thank you to John and his staff and everybody else who participates in the noticing and running of the background with these things. But that video just gives you an overview of things like closed meetings, which we frequently encounter, differences between public hearings and just meetings generally, open meetings. And so if you were to say, I've checked the box for training, that would be good. However, we're going to just go into some of the more practical things that you deal with on a regular basis, and things that maybe could be examined as you go throughout this year. So one of the first things we want to avoid in a public, when it comes to open meetings, is not knowing the difference between a public hearing and just a public meeting. A public meeting is when a public body convenes to conduct business. This would just be a public meeting. Whereas a public hearing is a special meeting for public comment on local legislation, most often in the context of land use decisions, but includes legislation like ordinances, or as the video pointed out, taxes or other changes to budget and things like that. Advance. Public hearings require more notice, as was commented on, and now we're going to look at an example of a public hearing.
What up, Council? My name is Chad Kroger. I'm from San Clemente, but despite being from there, I love to kick it in West Hollywood. So, I'm an activist and scooter devotee. I stand before you here today because word has spread that you guys are considering giving bird scooters the heave-ho. In the short time that I've used these scooters, they've come to impact my life hugely. I get tremendous joy as I travel from Poke Shop to Smoothie Shop on these wonderful chariots. My dog, JT, even says I express my emotions more freely after a ride, which is pretty tight. 7 years ago, I would have been amped on the ban. It wasn't until I met Duncan Hockenberry that my perspective began to shift. He wanted to join the squad, but he was a Razor scooter dude, and I thought that was pretty lame. But then we partied at his parents' house, and they had a super sick infinity pool, and I realized I had judged him too quickly. We even tandem rode his scooter to cop a 30 rack from Save-On. It was beautiful. We have since lost touch. In the movie Shawshank Redemption, Morgan Freeman says these words about Tim Allen: "Some birds aren't meant to be caged." Thank you.
Okay, so there's an example of a public hearing where you're getting comments from the public. Notice he was very succinct, kept it to a nice time frame, spoke to the issue. They were going to get rid of scooters. He said no. The other things, next thing on things to avoid with public meetings or open meetings is improper notice. All public meetings require at least some level of notice. Ordinary open meetings require at least 24 hours, but other meetings require more, as we've discussed. Failure to properly notice a meeting can expose your action to judicial review and even reversal until the error is cured. And then, of course, don't be afraid to ask if notice was proper, especially for controversial issues, so we don't have to redo. Next. Engaging in ex parte communications. First, that means any material communication relevant to the merits of an issue that wasn't on the record or without reasonable notice to all parties. Sometimes you will encounter feedback from the community. Ex parte means that you are making material communication and not including it in the record. Next. It's important to avoid because it may give an unfair advantage to one side or the other. And again, the Open Meetings Act is designed to provide fair notice and opportunity for things to be conducted in the open and with reasonable notice to all parties. Instead, you can invite that community member to the next meeting to discuss on the record. Material discussions do not include asking about the status of an issue. So if someone is coming to you and saying, hey, where's this at? You can say, well, we've taken action, or we haven't taken action, or we will take action. And then additionally, if you get an email or text but you share it on the record, you can cure the ex parte nature of it, meaning if you are going to base your decision on something, input from the community or a particular member, it's always wise just to say, and just for the record, John Doe told me that he would like this, and I agreed with him, and so part of my decision is based on his feedback or whatever. The next thing is making up your mind beforehand. Part of the purpose of an open meeting is to conduct the action openly. Duh. When you prejudge a decision, it detracts from the public action. Base decisions off of the information available on the record and in the meeting. Again, if you bring that to the meeting, it can be placed on the record and it's part of the meeting, but you want to just make sure that we are being open and transparent for the public. Discussions had with staff or other parties may be considered, but should be stated on the record if that, again, is part of your decision. There's oftentimes meetings held with individual commissioners where we would consider an issue together. You discuss it with staff, merits, but again, it's not making up your mind ahead of time. It is just being informed, and if you are making a decision based on that information, you should place that on the record. The next one is picking your nose. It's not a good look. Next. Might be seen on the recording later. May impact your credibility. Also just checking to make sure that you're awake. This is one of the most dry trainings there are. But don't be like this guy. It can catch you. So
Scratch. Scratching.
It wasn't picking.
Not a pick. It's a scratch.
kind of akin to making up your mind beforehand. Avoid making decisions for the wrong reasons. The most secure decisions are those based on the record and not driven by public clamor or subjective reasons. It's important to acknowledge concerns of individual community members. However, the ultimate decision should be based on clear, objective standards that are established on the record. So if you can point to the law and say this is why we made our decision, that's helpful. But ultimately, your legislative decisions give you discretion, and so sometimes you just have to make a decision, and those are difficult. But again, for the right reasons, you can cite public interest, saying we are here for the interest of Iron County, as you often do. And again, making those decisions clear and providing a basis for it will help protect your decisions down the road if they are challenged. The next thing is conflicts of interest. They do happen, but does that mean that you should not vote? In true lawyer fashion, it depends. Conflicts of interest because of business relationships doesn't necessarily mean that you can't vote. However, personal investment or interest in the outcome of a decision will be important to avoid. Even if there is a conflict, you can sometimes remedy a conflict by disclosing it and making a record, though it still might be best to abstain if you have personal investment in a particular issue. I want to say this is one of the last ones, but don't be afraid to ask questions. We always advocate for a clear record. Thanks. If there's something you want input on, just don't be afraid to ask us. And similarly, don't be afraid to wait for answers. Asking questions may necessitate tabling an issue until we can get you that information. All right, the next topic of conversation, those are things to kind of maybe avoid, but the next topic of conversations is managing polarizing public meetings. I think we've had a few in the last year at least. Is that fair to say, Paul?
You think?
I can't remember.
It might be helpful to have John not attend some of these
Does that
things.
jog your memory, John?
Is that why we all have PTSD?
All right, next.
It's me.
Here's a short little clip about some potentially polarizing public meetings.
So that's what today's forum is for. We're going to hear suggestions from everyone, and then whichever items we generally agree on will go into the time capsule. Please remember, this is a government project, so we need to refrain from corporate promotion and religious items. Who'd like to start?
I think we should put in the Bible.
Great. Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, if we put a tax on soda, I mean, what's next? Income?
Sir, you don't pay your income tax?
Whether or not I pay income tax is none of the government's business.
No, actually it is.
Well, you don't know my name or what I look like, so good luck finding me.
Anyone else? Anyone? This gentleman wants to say something.
No, I don't.
Come on, Mel. You're always up in arms about something.
No, I'm not. I'm not always up in arms about something.
There we go. That's the spirit. Talk to me about what's bothering you.
Okay, are there any more recommendations for new games at the rec center?
My daughter, she loves Chutes and Ladders.
Oh, come on. There is no strategy to Chutes and Ladders. It's just luck.
My daughter's 5.
Well, your daughter is an idiot. Her daughter is an idiot. Her daughter is an idiot.
No.
Her daughter is an idiot.
It's the only park in our neighborhood. I mean, where are my kids supposed to play? The rock quarry?
Right there.
Some great examples of what not to do in a public meeting. But again, managing, sometimes emotions become heated. So let's talk about, in these types of meetings where we know it's going to be controversial, I broke it down into 3 areas, the before, during, and after. So prior, I think we've done a really good job, thanks to John and his staff and other county staff. When you are going to go to a contentious meeting, you plan ahead. Some of the things you can do are, 1, make sure procedural rules are in place, which they are for the county. Next, John. You can add additional educational components at the presentation. One of the best examples of that I can think of is when Reed gets up here and he says, before we talk about it or open up for our public hearing, let me explain to you exactly what's happening. And then he gives you a very scientific and broken down introduction into that issue.
I have to say, when you wrote Reed's introduction, I was thinking like a big like mathematical law, like, you know, Pythagorean theorem, but Reed's introduction.
That's
Sorry.
I mean,
that's where my mind went.
Are those not the same? No,
No, they really are.
We're pretty close.
You could move the issue to the top of the agenda. You are always flexible, and you are considerate, and you know how to run a meeting well when it comes to these issues. So I don't need to tell you moving it to the top really helps, but that's something you can do. The next thing is give prior access to information where possible. If you can post on Facebook or give a flyer, that's always helpful. Offer opportunities to comment in advance. I don't know that we take advantage of this often enough. If you can give them a heads up ahead of time, sometimes we just don't know. But if you can give them enough notice and say, email this email address or post on Facebook, and then we can bring that to the meeting and already have that kind of discussion, as we have done with some of the jail meetings. And then, of course, remote participation options, which we do.
We've had varying levels of success with that.
Yeah.
Sometimes we read an email or relay a message, and sometimes we're actually able to get the person on the phone.
Yeah.
So.
And I think you've been good to take comment as it comes through the internet. So
this one's an indictment.
Let's go to the next one.
Get enough seating.
No,
Sometimes that's hard.
No, the seating issue again. If you can help the public feel happy before they get in and not annoyed that they have to stand, then that's always helpful. But sometimes you just don't know how many people will attend. All right, now during the meeting, sometimes I've seen this happen. But again, just in the back of your mind, you can give an overview of what's going to happen. Say we're going to have an introduction, we're going to do a public hearing, and then we're going to discuss it and take action or not. Set ground rules for comment. Make sure time is clear. That's always really helpful. And sometimes it's difficult because some players are a little more invested than others. They may need additional time, but the point is to be fair and even-handed with your application of the time. Lead by example. If Commissioner Blake is particularly irritated that day, the members of the public may be irritated. So if he's happy, they can be happy too. Do not engage in back and forth unless you would like to open that box. As you saw in that little clip, it was kind of ha-ha, tongue-in-cheek, but in all seriousness, if you can avoid a back and forth, it can streamline the process, avoid heightened emotion, and can be addressed in other ways. Give speakers your full attention so they can feel that they are being heard, and clearly explain the scope of your role. I think you're all really good at that in terms of saying, as commissioners, this is what we do, and this is what we don't do, and here's a place you can go to. Take breaks to ease tension. I don't know that we've often broken between contentional issues or during the contention, but that could be a tool to kind of just say, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll be back. Everybody kind of relax, take a breath.
A recess doesn't have to be agendized.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Well, it's a good clarification.
So you know, if it's not on the agenda, you can call it.
Yeah.
That's within your purview. And then deal with serious interruptions appropriately. You have authority to maintain order, including the removal of disturbers of the peace. Say, get out, John.
Thank you.
No, it's not often that we encounter that situation, but if you have questions, again, we can consult. But fortunately, Iron County has been really good with that, and it's not been very seriously disturbed. So, and then after the issue is decided, give a summary of what occurred and why, and then have staff provide answers that couldn't be given during the meeting. Some follow-up may be necessary. I think Commissioner Cousins this last year in particular have been good to say, our sheriff is here, why don't you visit with him after an issue? Something like that. You can point and direct and say, go visit with them, they'll get your answers. And then communicate next steps, if any, and I think that's use email lists for further outreach, which again is something that you've done. And that's all. So if we could summarize, recap, Open Meetings Act has a lot of moving parts, but the overarching philosophy of it is to conduct your meetings openly and transparently, which you do a very good job of. If there's anything that we can do to help move that along, it would be to maybe avoid certain issues that we discussed, and then to handle those contentious meetings and some of these ideas that we've referenced. But again, thank you to the county staff who consistently deal with open meeting issues like notices. And thank you all to the commissioners for running a tight ship. I feel like you do a really good job, and that this is just because we need to check this box. But I'm always happy to help answer any questions that you might have as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
And John's really good.
And John.
John's really good to remind us, which is a good thing.
Disturb the peace.
We appreciate it. Okay, we're running ahead of schedule this morning. The next items on the agenda will be for our 10 o'clock meeting. So we will go into recess. We'll come back at...
You want to do commission?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. It's been a long time.
I
don't even know what I did, but
I don't have a whole lot.
If you'd like, yeah, please. If you,
it was through the whole.
If you'd like to report, absolutely, that'll eat up a minute.
January 3rd, we had the Iron County Council of Government, which is all of the mayors and the commission. Got together. We get together every other month and talk about things that. We give reports of our community and anything that we need to visit about. We usually always talk about the different road issues and transportation. We have the UDOT is always representative there. The 5 county is always there. And so if there's any issues about that, I know we talked about the South Interchange, and we all know what a mess that is. And UDOT is working really hard on going forward on that. They're going to come up with a couple of options for all of us to look at and see what our preference is to change that. The funding, I think, is coming. That's always an issue. We talked about the livestock trails. So here in Iron County, we've been very lucky that our predecessors have had livestock trails throughout the county, and we're thrilled that they have made maps. We have it in all of our information. It's online, and a lot of the other counties don't have that. So. And that's one of the where the trail comes off the mountain up right hand, and a lot of the livestock come across there. So that's, I think they were going to try to cut us off on that, but where we have maps, historic maps, they cannot do that. So, which is pretty nice. Once a month we have USACCC, and that's all the commissioners. Have a Zoom call throughout the state, and we talk about, of course, we're getting ready for the legislature, so we talked about a few bills there, and I know that housing is going to be a big thing, affordable housing and those kind of things in the legislature. They said there's more bills right now than there's been for a long time, so we have to really watch that, and it affects our county so much, a lot of the bills. The jail bill that the consumption tax that that Rex Ships has opened a bill file on. We're hopeful that we can get that passed, and then it will come back to the voters in the fall. And so that's another thing that we're really watching closely. And we appreciate everybody that has, I know the tax group that is really supporting that bill, and they have been really good to step up and say that they will help us get that pushed over the line. We're in the process right now of hiring a weed supervisor. Our Casey Adams quit us, and so we're going to need a new one. It will be a full-time position, and it will be under Wade Adams. We're just getting ready to hire those this month. I think that's the outdoor rec. Sam has helped us get an MOU, and that's further on in the agenda. But I'm really excited about having a crew, trail maintenance crew, and we're going to house them here at the fairgrounds. And so I'm really excited about having them so that we can get some trail maintenance done, especially up on the Bryan Head Fire. There's a lot of those trails that are just non-existent anymore, and they're mapped, but we just need to get them cleaned up and so that we can use those. But that's all I had.
Mr. Cousins.
I don't have much. It's good to be back home. We went on a long trip to pick up our daughter from New Zealand from her mission, and had a wonderful time. We mainly this week on Wednesday we have our 5 county meetings. We have our behavioral health meeting on Wednesday at 10 o'clock. And then we have our steering committee meeting at noon. So, and those are open meetings. Anybody can attend those that would like to see what's going on. We collaborate with the other counties, Iron and Beaver, Kane, Garfield, and Washington. We meet together often and work with our 5 county administration on a lot of different issues. So, that and Marilyn asked me to reach out. She's over the fairgrounds, and there's some discussion about adding a equestrian building there, and I've reached out to CO Building, a company that we've dealt with before and had great success with, to kind of update pricing and refamiliarize ourselves with that. I know Commissioner Blake was reaching out to another company to get maybe some ideas from them and pricing as well. So we're just kind of getting started. I know there's some funding and with the TRT and TRCC, some of those funds that may work with the county on the funding for those things. So
Motel and restaurant taxes, for those that don't know, but
right,
it's total separate funding than the general funding that the county has. So that's taxes that come from tourism.
And I just to interject really quick, I talked to Ryan Obrey, who's an individual that was going to help us get some different bids and such. I talked to him last week. He indicated that he sent me a bunch of bids or some preliminary stuff, and I can't find it. So,
okay.
And I haven't been able to find it. So I'm gonna reach out to him and say I didn't get it, but they're still active.
We get so many emails a day that
we and I've got that, Mike. I'll send it to you. I don't know if did I send it to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
And that was the kind of the conceptual plan we talked about. I think maybe a year
early,
at least a year ago or more, maybe.
Yeah.
I think one thing on that plan it had a higher roof that dropped down, kind of like the city's equestrian building. I think it's really important we do some kind of windows on those drops where it lets natural light in. I think that's going to be important. We get good lighting, and if we end up doing that project, so
I'll say also a really big thing about our fair. We love the fair. We have so much participation from the county. We have those big rodeos and that, but we don't have the facility to put animals like a lot of fairs do. And that's really lacking in our county. So if we're able to build this barn, we'll be able to have other events also throughout the year, and we'll be able, year round, which will be great. But the really great thing is we'll be able to have animals at our fair. And as an agriculture person, I'm really concerned with us losing that part of our culture. We need to know where our food comes from, and we need to be really on top of agriculture, and we're being pushed pretty hard by the other side. So,
okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Just a couple of really quick things. I had the opportunity to attend the BZI Steel end of year, end of year wrap up, beginning of year kind of goals set for this year. And that was, I attended that with folks from the Inland Port Authority, just to see, talk about some of the inland port goals, some of the things that they've been able to accomplish already. They've already brought in over 100 train loads of steel into that facility since July. They're working with some folks on the industrial park project. I think are really going to benefit Iron County moving forward. It was just those are always a good venue to build relationships, kind of work together on those different economic development programs. So it was good. That's about it. There's a
holidays.
Whole bunch of other little things, but we did that last week. And I've got a phone call that I need to take, which is a perfect timing. So we'll be in rest. We'll be in recess until straight up 10 o'clock, and we'll come back and get on with our 10 o'clock agenda. Okay.
Yeah, you're rolling.
Okay. So we're going to go 3, 4, right?
Yeah.
Is there 3 of them? 5, 2? Oh, no, it's a different one. Okay. Yep, 3 and 4.
All right, welcome back. Get things pulled back up where I know what I'm doing. Okay, we're going to move things around a little bit this morning. We're going to start our 10 o'clock meeting with agenda item number 3. Agenda item number 3 is a public hearing and discussion regarding a proposed county ordinance amendment, county code amendment to ordinance 2022-6, evidence of availability of necessary services, water rights priority dates to be included in ordinance 24-1, titles 15, 16, and 17. And this is to be considered for approval at the January 22nd, 2024 commission meeting. So there won't be any action taken on this item today, and that is due to notification requirements. Just went to Planning Commission the other night. So in order for that to be noticed properly for public hearing and then to be able to take action, action will be considered in the next meeting in 2 weeks, January 22nd, 2024. Reed isn't here. I don't know how much. I don't know how much not discussion. I don't know how much introduction this needs. This is an issue that we've been talking about for several weeks now. I've attended meetings with most of you over the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to just declare this public hearing open. We'll take comment. Do we have do we have comment on agenda item number 3?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tammy Vogt, Equity Real Estate. I've spoken to you all in various meetings and privately, so what I'm going to say is probably nothing new, but I just want to go on record speaking for my clients. I'm representing buyers and sellers who are now stuck between a rock and a hard place with this, and so I just want to once again state that, you know, this situation has been very difficult. We have a number of buyers, from retirees on fixed income to first-time home buyers, who have purchased land, have purchased water rights, maybe have even put in a well, and can no longer build on the land, you know, when they're planning on homesteading, building a dream home, building a retirement home. We have sellers that have water rights that overnight became worthless, you know, and nobody's going to buy them because they're too late of a date now. And so they have value in that these are water rights that have been on the family farm that's are 1935, and so by 1 year, they're no longer worth anything. And so I just want to put that out there, that this has, you know, created a hardship. Having to go out and find more expensive water rights, older water rights, adds to the cost of housing. Homeownership is already very difficult right now in Iron County. And anything that we do that adds to the cost of homeownership, I think, is going in the wrong direction. So I think there is that aspect as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no other comments, Chair is going to declare the public hearing closed. And we'll move on to agenda item number 4.
Should we discuss?
I had some comments.
Okay. No. Yeah. Please.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm used to. Yeah. Never mind.
Well, I know that we have need a 14-day notice period. But I would like to talk. I've done a lot of discussion with others on this, and I attended the Planning Commission meeting this last week, and I think it was a healthy debate and good. I know that when we pass ordinances in the county, and I think this pertains to this one, sometimes we're thinking in our mind of one thing, but there's unintended consequences that we don't consider. And I do agree. When we first passed this ordinance, we thought, the municipalities and the water district required at least 1934 or 1935 water rights to do a subdivision, and that's more, I think, the line that at least I was thinking. And I think a lot of us were, is that, like a developer coming in wanting to develop some property and sell it with water rights. We thought we should be fairly consistent with the other entities, and that's what that was geared to do. But I don't think we really considered the one-offs, the individuals like this issue. So I do agree it needs to be tweaked. And I'd like to maybe start out, there's a lot of discussion about water rights and who owns them. Number one, the state of Utah owns all of the water that's underground. They own it. We have the right to use it based on priority dates that were given. I know that after the war, a lot of the soldiers came home and they needed something to do to provide for their families, and so they went to the state and said, hey, could we get water? We want a farm. And that's what a lot of them do. And unfortunately, in these basins, they over-allocated water rights. They oversold them. And so but to protect the system, they probably at the time didn't really understand how much they could give out, and impair others. And so they did it by priority date. They started out, I don't know, I think some water rights go back to 1850 or something. They're real old. And they've gone up 1850. And I bought a water right years ago for a rental home I have, which I just barely submitted to the water district so that I got tired of my well. It was expensive to maintain. I kept having trouble, so I submitted that I think it was 1890 water right that I purchased probably 4 or 5 years ago to them, and then I was able to connect to their system. And that's what they required, was that date of a water right. And so I've been involved with water discussions for at least 11 years of my public service, and I've been knee deep in that. I was on the Groundwater Management Plan Committee for 4 years. Reed was in a lot of those meetings with us, and we discussed. I think we had a meeting every month, and we talked about. Kent Jones was a water engineer back then. And Kent, very nice man, very, very great guy. I really like Kent. And he was very amenable to our problems and situations, but he said, unfortunately, we have to be the bad guy. The state has to come in and they have to make sure these basins are safe, that we won't run out of water. And so they did what they call a groundwater management plan. And what that basically does is they try to their best of their knowledge decide how much Mother Nature puts into the underground water supply, which we call our aquifers. And it was deemed then that Mother Nature puts in an average of 21,000 acre feet of water. The challenge we have in this valley is we've been pulling 28,000 out every year, so there's a deficit there. And anybody that has a bank account, you know that when you deposit money, if you take more money out than you put in, you're going to eventually go broke. And so that's what the engineer basically said is, it's my duty to enforce this. And there's a lot of chatter on, well, are they really going to, and that, but it's not, and that's true. I mean, I know politically, I can't even imagine, I won't be around then, but I can't even imagine what it would be like to go try to shut somebody's water off. It'd be horrible. And I guess the point is, will they? Maybe not, but can they? Yes. And I think the analogy that I used in that meeting was, if you have a barrel, let's just say you have a 55-gallon drum, and there's holes all the way around that drum, a lot of them, and the water's clear at the top and water's coming out all the holes, then everybody's happy. And let's just say every hole in the drum represents a water right that you own. You own that water right, but unfortunately, as aquifer drops below the hole, you may still own that water right. There's just no water coming out of the hole. And that's the challenge we face right now is some of these newer water rights, there is a life expectancy on those, and they can be retired. And there's a chart that's out there that basically the state water engineer said and there's no doubt in my and we've got Nate Moses here that can explain this a lot better than I can, and I hope he takes a minute to maybe comment. But my challenge as a commissioner, I think we did, when we passed that ordinance, it did have some unintended consequences that we didn't really think about. Where private property rights have been affected, and I think we need to tweak that. One thing after we met the other night, I was racking my brain, I have been for a long time, about how can we, and I know there was a lot of concern with the Planning Commission, and it's been a concern of mine, is transparency. How do we let people know, maybe, let's say there's and the examples have been spoken to me, is let's say there's a individual that's 80 years old and they have a water right that's good for another 20 years, and they just simply want to drill a well and use their water right till it's gone. And that's great. And I think that should be that way. But my concern is the next buyer of that property being aware. Now my friends in the real estate market have stated that it's their duty to inform people that there could be, when they sell, that's one of the disclosures that they should make. But I think anything we can do, maybe even a little more than that, to just make sure that people know when they buy. I know that it was mentioned in public comment that this could hurt, first-time buyers or low income or for the housing. But I can't imagine how hard it would hurt if somebody purchased a home and didn't know there was maybe an issue with their water right in 15 years. And they spent a lot of money to get into a home, but then later found out after they purchased the home, they've got to go out and spend another $25,000.
And they still have a mortgage.
Yep, and that would really hurt them. So I think that kind of goes both ways there. And so, and I've thought a lot about this. There's the situation where there's the one-offs like that, like the individuals that's got a water right that's newer, it's still good right now, they can drill a well and use it. And then we get, I don't think there's any question, as even I've talked to my real estate friends, they're on board with the ordinance. Where my biggest fear is a developer would come into our valley, our basin, buy a lot of these newer water rights, like 1960. What's the newest water right you've heard of, Reed? Is it like a 1960 some in there? But 65, and they buy one of those newer. They buy a bunch of those newer water rights that are going to be forfeited really soon, and they do a development, sell a bunch of lots, and maybe they leave with the money, and then there's a lot of unsuspecting buyers that are really hurt. And so, I think that was the initial idea. And so one of the things that I thought of the other night after our planning commission was, why don't we, when someone comes in to get a building permit with the county, that we simply do a simple form, and I don't know what we'd call it, whether it's a deed restriction or a deed notice. Deed restriction may sound too alarming with the underwriters, which I've been told. I don't know if we could call it a deed notice, where it simply says when somebody comes into with a water right, we note the water right number that's associated with that structure the water is going to provide for, and the property description, and the county actually files that for the purchaser. We charge that individual for the filing fee up front, and then the county goes ahead and does that work. Initially, in my mind, I thought we would just do that for, and I'm just one vote, so these guys can state what they think. But initially, I just thought that would be maybe for the one-offs. But then we have situations like Mr. Larson here, who has a water right that is. Do you mind me talking about your case, Patrick? But he's got a water right that's a 1953 water right, that is expected to be, I think, Nate, you could tell me, but I think in 27 years that water right could be in trouble. 2060? Okay, and so that water right could be in trouble, and I think, as I've thought about it over the weekend, and I would entertain, I know that Mr. Erickson, our county planner, and Terry Palmer talked about you could go up to maybe 7 lots with one well and provide water without calling it a public water system. And so, unfortunately, Mr. Larson went out and he did all the steps necessary to develop his property. I believe he's going to split a property into 2 pieces, right? To put 2 rental homes, three rental homes on, and drill a well. The well's there, okay. And so I thought maybe we expand this to right below, because I think everybody's on board. Even the realtors I talked to said, yeah, I think we should really regulate the developers so they don't go out and buy newer water and try to develop. I think we need to be really careful and be consistent with that. But anything below that, I thought, maybe we just, like Patrick, he comes in and gets his necessary stuff to do his 3 lots. And we say, Patrick, be advised that when your people, if they buy one of your lots, when they come in, we have them fill out this form, and we notify them right then, and we record it. They know it right up front that water right could go away in 27 years. So it kind of puts a pressure back on you. They might come to you and say, you sold me this lot, but the water's going to be gone in 27 years. Do I really want to build a house on that lot and risk? Because if you don't have water to your house, it's really worth nothing, right? And so that kind of puts a pressure back to the developer, a small developer like what you're talking about, and it just shines the light and transparency on this water issue, which is really becoming serious in our valley. And some say that's government overreach. It's Big Brother trying to, but whether Nate wants to speak for himself, but I had a discussion with Nate. I talked to Roger Thomas this morning from the Planning Commission, and I talked to Eric Cox from the Planning Commission, and they both thought this was a reasonable approach, where the county would actually do the recording. It doesn't prevent anybody from getting a building permit, but they come in and they can get a building permit, but we simply record a document that says, hey, this is full transparency, this water right could be in jeopardy. And that is just for me personally, that's where I'm at right now. But I'm here. I'm willing to talk to anybody about it further. And
Paul, did you have a cutoff on how when you would kind of go from more of a developer type approach with the versus the?
Yeah, Reed. I think that most
7 lots, right? Before
7.
They have to put it on a public water system.
That's kind of what I was thinking, is that line, because that solves some of these problems with like Patrick and others. That's kind of the line I was kind of thinking of, and I know I know that's not going to be taken lightly by some, but I'm concerned about Patrick's and others' rights to use that water for as long as they can. But I think my biggest concern is the second buyer. If somebody purchased a lot from Patrick and they built a home and they used that home for 25 years, the realtor is required to notify and disclose, but what if they didn't and somebody purchased that property and in 5 years they find out their water's no good? That would be disastrous. And so that's what I'm thinking right now, and I'm open to hearing your guys' thoughts. And so
That's kind of where I'm at too. The transparency is really important, I think. I would be sick if one of my grandkids bought a lot 25 years after the first time and it only had 2 years to go. I've been in a lot of closings with Cal Robinson. Anyway, and you sign those papers so quickly, And, you know, do you read every single word on them? You know, you don't want to make those people sit there and wait. I mean, the realtors and the title company tells you what each one of those are, but there's always those that won't disclose because they're afraid that they'll lose the sale, and that would be my concern. We need to have that transparency so that people know what those water rights are. I was uncomfortable about not giving the building permits because that is water you can still use, and there still is a value to that water. But I think if we record something that will flag when it comes up, then those people will know, and that I think that'll be a very important part of this for transparency for that.
One comment, or one thing that I did too, is I reached out to a banker in town that does a lot of home loans, and asked him if he was aware of this debate that was happening, that they could possibly be loaning money for a 30-year mortgage when a water right won't last that long, and that was a concern to them, and something they were going to start probably what they were worried about.
They sell those.
They sell those to an underwriter. Is that what you call it, Billy? They sell that to a secondary market. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac.
Yeah.
They sell that to those people, and then if they found out there was a problem with the water, they could maybe send those loans back and say, hey, we don't want them anymore.
Let's come up to the mic, and then we'll take you next. Let's take Patrick.
She had a comment too.
Yeah.
Just on that note, one of the unintended
Your name?
consequences. Oh,
Sorry.
Patrick Larson. Might it be for the record?
Yes.
Patrick Larson, 1758 North Foothill Drive, Paragoona, Utah.
What's your blood type? Just teasing.
A positive.
I'm just teasing.
A positive, in case I die right now. Unintended consequence to that is, and again, I think you hit on it a little bit. We've got to be careful of how we do that because. So I'm just going to give you my what I was trying to do. You know, I'm looking at my own retirement. I'm self-employed. I don't have a 401k plan. I don't have that stuff. I was stupid in my youth, so yeah, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so I bought the piece of property, kind of mimicking what a friend of mine is doing and in buying, buying these properties, putting on these nice little homes to rent, and having myself a rental income for the next, part of my life, basically. And that's why I bought the property. And it ended up, I actually bought two more pieces right with it. So I've got a full 2 acres, and actually it's 4 lots now that I have there. And I can share the well. I do have to buy another rod of right anyway, just so that I can go ahead and get enough water to put on the number of houses that I wanted to do. But it's going to affect the loan if there's something that's on the deed, or if there's any type of deed restriction or anything like that. It's going to affect my ability to even get the construction loan. So we've got to be careful with that. The other thing I was going to say is I was talking to my dad about it. I grew up in Phoenix as a young child, and Phoenix had this same problem. They're out in the middle of the desert, and all they had was the Salt River and another river that they could pull from. And simply what they did was they started drilling deeper. So instead of going 300-400 foot, which is where their table was at, which I think ours is somewhere between 200 and 400, they just drilled deeper. And it was up to the city and up to the counties to take care of that and make sure that that was something that was done so that, back then Phoenix had 2.5 million people. Now it's over 7 million people. They're not telling their people to shut off their water. They're not telling people they're going to take their houses away or they're not going to have water. They got through it somehow. I think we can get through it. I think the plan is flawed. Like I said in the meeting the other night, we listened to the experts. The experts are sometimes wrong, and I think our experts are wrong at the way that they approach this. And we need to look at a different approach, and I'm glad that we're discussing it because that's what we should be doing. We should be discussing it and figuring out different approaches. But I know for a fact that Phoenix drilled deeper, and their wells are down to like 1,000 feet. And they're pulling a lot of that water out of there. Now, that's a simplified version of that. I don't know.
Let me address that. And I know that Sam talked about back and forth, but we're having a friendly discussion, right, Pat? Mm-hmm. but I will tell you this: going through the groundwater management plan, I asked that question. And Nate was in those meetings from the state. But I asked the state that because there was some talk about new water, deep water, right? That's not going to anybody else. And I asked the state at least 3 different times in 3 public meetings, can we drill deeper? And will you consider that new water? And the state said no, we will not. They said that water could be going to somebody else, and it could impair their rights. So, a lot of these, you can roll your eyes, Patrick, but a lot of these decisions are at the state.
I'm rolling at you. I'm rolling at the state.
I know,
Yeah.
but as a state,
Exactly.
that's a
unwillingness.
We're a subdivision of the state, and we
We have to
they
abide by the
dictate,
rules.
you know, what we do a lot of times, and so I've brought that up. And it was a hard no.
Yeah. So I think they dictate until there's enough pushback. And that's, again, one of the things I brought up in the other meeting, too, was, we would like the commissioners in all the counties to go to the state and say, hey, this is flawed. You can't do this. Number one, I also looked up eminent domain in the state of Utah, and you cannot do eminent domain without remuneration to the people that you're taking something away from. And this is akin to eminent domain. The state is saying, well, we're going to retire them, we're going to take them away from you, we're not going to give you nothing for it. That's illegal in Utah. Something, again, Sam would probably have to look into. And again, I'm just spitballing. I mean, I started looking things up to try to figure it out because I'm like, you can't just say that you're going to take away the water. I mean, I know Phoenix went through this. I know that Arizona's gone through this. They're one of the most arid, dry deserts that there are.
One of the challenges that I see with your situation is the groundwater management plan we did is for Cedar Valley, not Parowan, and they're right where
Cedar Valley.
What's that?
I'm in Cedar Valley.
Aren't you?
6,000.
Aren't the lots?
That's
you're
where I
talking
live.
in Paraguna?
No, the lots that I bought are
okay.
6,000 north, 4100
I didn't know
west.
that.
They are in
I thought they
Cedar
were in
Valley.
Paraguna.
I didn't know that
Okay, so
either.
it does apply to you there. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
I was just going to say if they were in this valley, they're just starting that groundwater management plan, and we don't know where it's going to land. I think they have a really good idea, but so that's a little bit up in the air. So.
Tammy, come back up, will you please? Yeah, thanks.
Tammy Vogt, Equity Real Estate. I think, Paul, your point about developers, I think, is really valid. Developers who are coming into the Cedar Valley and are going to be doing big subdivisions, I think that it's not unreasonable to have a priority date requirement for them because that's something that they can build into their business plan. That's a number that can be built into a pro forma. So I don't think that is necessarily unreasonable. As far as the deed restriction, and Cal might want to correct me if I'm wrong, but water rights are free-floating real estate. And so you could put them on a well, Patrick can put it on the well at his property, and then at another time, he can move those water rights to a different property.
Right.
And so
Absolutely.
that house is not necessarily protected. And so a deed restriction on a home that could cause problems with lenders or construction loans or a bunch of other things, it probably isn't the solution because that water right could be moved around. And at some point, a water right that is a newer water right may be retired and an older water right purchased and put on it. I mean,
Exactly.
people make upgrades to their homes. Upgrading the age of your water right is something that will become a thing in the future. People will be buying.
How do you think that we could alert those new buyers?
I think disclosure. I think the key is disclosure. And as real estate professionals, we're used to disclosures. Disclosures are, a lot of what we do. And while we have responsibilities to disclose things, the sellers have the weight of disclosure responsibility. If we know something, we do have to disclose it, but the seller's disclosures document carries a lot of weight.
And that's a good point. If it's a new realtor and they don't even understand this water stuff and they don't disclose it, no new buyer's going to understand it.
And I
No
agree
way.
that this is something that we need to figure out how that disclosure is done. But Marilyn, your point about people not reading things, I mean, there's a lot of things that come up with title reports and CC&Rs and things like that, and
That's
people
what
don't
it
always
needs to
read read
come
it.
up with
One
some
thing that-
type of a title
Right.
report.
One thing that they do read is they read the seller's disclosures. They read things that are part of the transaction. And so, you know, I would be in favor of researching how we could do some kind of disclosure, whether it's part of the seller's disclosure document, which is a state-approved document, so I don't know that we can do something like that. But in Iron County, we've developed a water due diligence checklist that we give to buyers. And it's not a required document at this point, but a lot of people are using it, and it's several pages that puts that discovery on the buyers, you know, and it asks questions, you know, is it part of a water management plan? What is the rights? Do you know what year it's ready to? It's all the information that you want buyers to know when they buy. It's not a required document at this point, and maybe someday it could be or should be, but I think the flip side of that is there's no seller's disclosure right now for that. That's on the buyer side because we are a buyer beware state, but maybe there is something that the seller needs to disclose as well. But I'm concerned about a deed restriction because the ramifications, again, talking about unintended consequences, where is that going to go down the road if that is just disclosed in a title report or something like that, and especially if those water rights end up getting moved. You know, if it's tied to the water itself and not the home, then that doesn't really.
Can't they,
really
though,
help.
Tammy? Can't they say it's noted on there, but they go out and buy an older water right, which is what everybody should do, so they're not worried about it. Then they can go in and modify that. No, they can go into the deed and file another document and say, hey, we bought an older right and it's in place now.
But it's not permanently in place with that house is what I mean. It's always separate from the house.
Can it be tied to that house?
It can be it can be moved.
Could you come up to the microphone, please?
Go out to the mic.
Okay.
I'll bet the real estate people have some water rights. I see them all the time.
And that's
Yeah.
that's the way that the state, and Nate, maybe you ought to get him to talk. That's the way the state is through the free market. When you say you can't find a 1934 water right, that's how the state is, but through the free market controlling growth. I think Nate could probably say it way better than I can.
Nathan Moses, I'm the regional engineer for the Division of Water Rights. I'm being invited to come up here and talk, so for a second. I really don't have much to say. I think Commissioner Cousins explained things very well. There's a couple of things I want to clarify, and I know that this doesn't provide any solace to a water right holder, but the state does not forfeit water rights. We're not taking them away. They'll still own the rights. It's just that they're not divertible, right, because of their priority date. It's similar to a surface water system, right? You'll have more water rights on a surface system than they'll typically provide, than the surface system will typically provide, and that's by design, right? So that when there is enough water on the system, they can make full use of it. And so when Coal Creek recedes, as you get later into the irrigation year, some of those rights won't be able to be divertible, right? We didn't forfeit those rights, but they just can't be used during that time period. Groundwater is easier and more difficult both because we have a big bowl of water, and so everybody has a straw, and you can just keep on sucking it, and it can continue to go down. And by statute, nobody's guaranteed a static water level, and so it is a legal thing to do to lower that groundwater level. But we also have a mandate under Section 73.515 of the Utah Code to do a groundwater management plan, and it's based on the safe yield of the water of the basin. And so that's why there's a study done, and we don't do that study. We commission it with another entity. In this case, it was the USGS and others, where they go in and they discover what the safe yield of the basin is. And then we're required by law to regulate water rights through these groundwater management plans until what we pull out of the basin is equal to what comes into the basin, essentially, just like a budget like you referred to. So we also are allowed in that groundwater management plan statute to do something that is adopted gradually. And so that's why you see that table, that priority regulation schedule. So we didn't just go out and do it day one, bam, you're off. We realize that there's a lot of economies that are dependent on these water rights, and so it's a slow implementation. But recognize that there's a problem there, right? The longer it takes us to implement that groundwater management plan, the lower the aquifer is. And so if you're an early priority right, you're having to suck deeper for water that you used to be able to get at a higher level. And so there's some consequences. So I really recognize that there's difficulties on both sides of this. We want people to be able to go out and build. I have friends that are realtors. I have friends that are builders. I understand the pain that this is causing. So we don't want to delay that, certainly, if we can help it. But at the same time, whatever we do now has an impact of what has to happen later. So I appreciate the discussion that you're having about that. Another thing I'd like to mention in the groundwater management plan is that it's adaptive. So if there's improvements to the system, there's some recharge projects and things going on right now. That means that phase 1, coming in 2035, we may not have to take all 5,434 acre feet in curtailment. And hopefully we don't. I hope that we don't have to take any of it. So any good that we can do for the aquifer now can have a positive impact on this plan, right? So there could be some flexibility built in there. As far as what you're suggesting, my intention today isn't to come in and direct the county in any way as how they're supposed to proceed, but I do like the ideas that I'm hearing. I think a softer landing and better messaging would be very good for the public. So thank you for doing that. And then I would just like to take a moment and answer any questions, if I'm allowed to do that.
So Nate, a lot of people have asked me, is it really that dire? And I've used Quichapot as an example. I think when Cedar City started drilling wells, I don't remember if it was the 70s or 80s that they really started drilling a lot of wells at Quichapot, and that's really pristine old water. I think the TDS is like 300. It's really low and it's good water. But I think when they first started drilling in Quichapot, it was about 32 feet down, and now I think it's well over 132 feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, boy, this is hard to remember because I've got my hands in so many of these basins, but it seems like over a 40-year period in that area, we've seen about 80 feet of drop. And so we're talking about 2 feet a year, right? And we'll see responses in the aquifer. 1983 is a great example because there was just a tremendous amount of water in the system. The graph, it came up just a little bit, but it went right back down as we continued to pump. And I worry a little bit because we say that we're depleting 28,000 acre feet, right? But the city wasn't actually utilizing all of their water rights during when we had that value. And we've had a lot of construction since then. So I think the 28,000 acre foot number is actually increasing.
Right.
And so instead of 7,000 acre foot deficit, we've increased from that. Right.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I've been told, I think it was Kent Jones that kind of educated me, that if you continue to overmine the aquifer and take water out of that strata will actually collapse. What holds the aquifer and holds the water will collapse. It's really akin to smashing all the water tanks we have in the valley and expecting them to hold the same amount of water. They'll never hold the water again. Is that correct?
There is some truth there. There's damage to the aquifer. The pore space where the water is held, when we remove that water, there is a collapsing. And you already see evidence of that. We have fissures that are extended through the basin. Of course, there's that subdivision out in Enoch that had to be condemned. Right, so there's those secondary effects of overpumping the aquifer. So, yeah, I mean, you're not guaranteed a static level, but there are impacts. Negative impacts.
And we can be, if we import with the Pine Valley, then those water rights will stay, right?
Yeah, the import water, that's a Conservancy District water right. And so it does not replace these other water rights.
Does not replace it.
They are separate water rights. I view that there will be a secondary positive impact of bringing that water in if it gets here, is that for the water that doesn't go into the wastewater treatment system, which I think that their plan there will be to reuse that water till it's extinct, right? The depletions, right. Which would be a very wise thing to do, but we'll put some of that water on lawns, and some of that could possibly recharge the groundwater, and without recapturing that water, that would be a positive net impact to the system, right? But to say that water is going to come in and save these other water rights.
I didn't understand that, so.
Currently, no. The Conservancy District could choose to do something there, but they're not required to.
Nate, could you discuss the priority dates in the different basins?
Sure.
Works?
So they're all different, right?
Yeah.
Just to be clear, the 1934 date is for Cedar City Basin. And I've got them out right here in my tables. In this basin, the safe yield date is July 25th, 1934. So according to this plan, which will be adjusted over time, I mean, it doesn't matter if we had the USGS or some other professional give us a number. The number is an estimation, and it's not perfect, right? So our grandkids or even their kids will have a different number once we get there. But the priority date now is July 25th, 1934. I hope that it will become later. That's Cedar City Basin. And of course, there's several different regulated dates. We have 5 phases in that plan. For the Burl Enterprise area, and that's the southern end of Basin 71.
Excuse me, I have those on a graph here. I can put them up.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, let's do that. So I'll just wait for Reed to put those up. Do you also have the Parowan data? Okay. Am I giving Reed's presentation?
You're giving part of one of 7.
Okay, yeah, so this is the Cedar Valley Basin. Yeah, and I would recommend, if you're curious about these groundwater management plans, we've got all this data online. In fact, we have a kind of a cool, what would you call it, an animation that shows how the water levels receded throughout the basin. It's kind of colored, right? So you can see where it gets hot and where we actually have some gains and things. But you'll see over time that there's some real intense mining going on around the Quichapa area. Anyway, so this is the schedule, right? It's accessible to you online. This one is the Burl Enterprise. Yep, so the first date we have there is 2030. And the last date we have is, I'm sorry, that was the target date. But the priority date that we're regulating through is March 1st, 1945. That doesn't seem...
We took these, I condensed that because it was a much larger one and I just condensed it.
Oh, right. That plan's set up a little bit different. In our steps on that plan, we just gave the acre foot amounts. We have to regulate through 31,000 acre feet in that basin, and I think that date falls in the year 1944. We changed the way we did it in Cedar City Valley, where we gave very specific dates, so you could be more sure of where you're at. And then Parowan. So yes, we've talked about this a little bit already. To be clear, this plan is not adopted yet, and so the county ordinance doesn't yet apply because it specifically says in there that it adopted groundwater management plan, but we are still working on this plan. What my staff's doing right now is we're going through all of the water rights to make sure that we have the right data so that we have the right depletion amounts. But anyhow, the draft regulation schedule is there on the board for you to see, and it would regulate through December 5th of 1951. But yet to be adopted.
Thank you.
One thing that just somebody sent me a text message a minute ago and said, this is a good point I never thought of, where I think most realtors in our area, do the right thing and disclose. Not all transactions are handled by realtors. There's a lot of private deals that happen, and how else is that person going to know? If there's no realtor involved to disclose that information, at least when they do a title search, that's going to come up and they're going to know about it. And that's my biggest concern.
Yeah, it's a significant concern of ours. We see piles of reports of conveyance come through our office every day, and I know that some of those water rights are in rough shape. We have this issue, right, the groundwater management plan issue, where you have your priority date, and don't forget the non-use statute, where if you buy a water right that's not been used for 7 years, you could have a change application that gets rejected. Right. Oh, and that reminds me, as far as the way that we structure our orders of the state engineer, what we do is we say, hey, we recognize the priority of your water right and say, just be aware that you have this priority date and that we do have a groundwater management plan and it's junior to other water rights in that basin. Right. We do this for the water rights that are junior to those that have the safe yield date of July 25th, 1934 in Cedar Basin. And then we make a statement that says there's other permits that you may have to get to fully pursue this project, right? And so we're kind of just saying you have the right to go ahead and use this water right. It does have a date when there's going to be a problem, but you can go ahead and proceed, but look out, there's other permits you have to get. And that's where the catch is at the county right now because of the building permit. That's the permit that everybody's worried about. So that's how we handle those.
So Nate, how would you address the point Tammy brought up? Let's say that I come in and I bring in a 1934 water right to build a house, and the county files that, but then in a year I come in and sell that 1934 and buy an older or newer one and put in there. I mean, is that just we know that could happen, but there's just some things you can't control, or how do we, can you think of anything?
I don't know that there's anything that would prevent us from approving the junior priority right from going in there. I don't particularly care for the idea, but I don't think it's illegal.
Yeah.
Right.
It wouldn't be illegal, but I guess that's just a risk that's where buyer beware becomes really important.
Yeah. I do wonder about something like that if it became a regular process, if there wouldn't be something done to address it. But I'm just throwing something out there. As it is right now, that's not something that I would look at. And they could move them around. Even if a water rights certificated and appurtenant to the property, you can file a new change application to move it off. But you've got to make sure that there's a water right there to sustain the use that's occurring.
Okay. It's not an easy.
It gets more complicated. The more we talk, the more it gets. the more and more complicated that it gets. But I think it's important that we don't. I think it's important that it doesn't get kicked down the road. And I'm confident with our staff and with the staff at the state engineer's office, and we'll figure it out. It's not an overnight fix, but we'll get it right.
I think one of the challenges with what we're faced is, you all are faced with, is you have teeth at the moment of the building permit to do like a notice like you're talking about. But after that, once the building permit's been issued, I mean, it's right. There's no more control that Iron County could exert over the process.
That's why a filing of some kind for the next buyer we felt like was important.
Well, what I'm saying is if they sell the water subsequent, or if they trade off for a junior water right,
we may not know. Yeah.
If they're wanting to be underhanded.
Billy.
Thank you. Billy Davis. I'm a local realtor with the ERA Realty Center. And just want to thank Tammy for her comments and maybe expound a little bit on the process of buying real estate in Utah. And I know this doesn't seem important to you guys, but it really is. In Utah, the onus of responsibility as far as discovery on the purchase of real estate is on the buyer. In Utah, we're different than my understanding of California, where it's on the seller. So as a buyer, you need to do your due diligence. We give them, we are actually by state law, required to give them what's called a due diligence form that they're supposed to read through and sign, that requires them to look into many, many, many different things. Water rights being one of those. Obviously, the biggest due diligence item on most things, or on most homes for most buyers, is a proper and complete home inspection. Now, I say that, it doesn't mean that every buyer goes out and does a home inspection, right? Some might look at the home and feel like maybe they're even somewhat of an expert, maybe they're a builder, maybe they're some sort of a subcontractor. They might feel like they can go out and take a look at the home themselves and call it good. I bring this up because it's driving to another point, which is, you mentioned worrying about your grandkids possibly buying a home that has a water right that is a newer water right. Understandable concern, totally agree. This is something that could be similar to a buyer doing their own home inspection, maybe during the winter, like right now, and not taking a look at the roof. You have possibly a roof that's at the tail end of its life, and they're not going to discover that until
snow
spring.
on it, so you can't see it.
And this is something that's going to cost them probably, maybe in some cases, similar to the amount of a water right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but are we going to then start to think that we can start dictating, building permits or whatnot based on roof life? So I just think this is a slippery slope. I do appreciate the fact that I feel like we've been heard. We've had some discussions. I think several members of our community have had discussions with all three of you at one point or another. I appreciate Mr. Cousins and his willingness to sit down with some of us and talk. And I appreciate the effort that's been made to come up with a solution. Some aspects of this deed restriction idea sound good at face value. I just want to make a comment that I've written down here. Although better than the original ordinance, which disallowed a building permit to those in possession of so-called junior water rights, the potential change or amendment brings its own issues and challenges. By recording a deed restriction, the county would potentially be harming the ability of a buyer to purchase a property with a private well and a junior water right. Lenders, and more importantly underwriters, may deny loans based on their lack of understanding of this issue. The most likely to be harmed by this would be lower income buyers. And as with the original ordinance, the county is effectively harming the rights of property owners and the value of their property. Anytime government hinders the rights of property owners, they have overstepped their authority. And in most cases that I can think of, government interference in anything regarding property rights and values has always ended badly. I'm here today to ask respectfully that you repeal this ordinance and put the solution on hold, at least the portion pertaining to individuals, until further discussion and collaboration with partners in the area can yield a better compromise. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Billy. All right.
Cindy Bullock, and I am making this statement as a appraiser. As an appraiser, we are supposed to disclose water. So it still doesn't cover everything, because not all transactions go through realtors, nor do all transactions require funding. But if it goes through any kind of a lending institution and they ask for an appraisal, an appraiser would or should do their due diligence and look into that water right and disclose that, and then report its effect on the potential value. So if there were a right that would possibly expire within a couple of years, that would need to be disclosed. I would assume it would have a value on the market, but I don't want to get into that or on that specific transaction, but it should be disclosed in an appraisal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
To talk, you guys, and I don't like to talk. Hey, Carrie Jeffries, the county recorder. So I just had a few comments about your idea of recording a restriction. So first of all, of course, that absolutely gives public notice. That is the point of recording a document. It gives public notice. And it would show up on a title report if people use the title company, which are all good things. I do worry about it affecting people's ability to get loans, because it could affect their value. But maybe your value is affected because you're building a house on a newer water right too. I don't know, but it could affect that. But the biggest thing is, if the county records the document, you said that the county would pay for it and then get reimbursed. The best option is to do it like the county previously does their conditional use permits and stuff. The person has to come get it recorded, because there will be a fee for it, and then I email it to Chelsea, and then as soon as they get it, they issue the building permit. Because if the code says I have to collect the recording fee.
Can't just charge for it in part of the thing, then we
No.
just basically collect it and pay it, or just
So
make sure it gets done.
The
or-
code says I collect the recording fee at the time of the recording, so I'm not sure how that would work. And then it's like, who's going to pay me and who's going to make
At
sure
the
it gets
time.
paid. How we do it now, so Cedar City records a notice about water currently, and this is how it's handled, and the county does conditional use permits and administrative something. The people just bring them over to record, and Reed doesn't issue the building permit until he sees that it's recorded. Correct? But we do email it immediately, so as soon as it's in my office, they get it. Then the other issue I see is the releasing of this restriction. So once the restriction's on there, if it needs to be released for whatever reason, they change the plan, they buy in an older water, who's going to release it? So from the recorder standpoint, any person that brings me a document that's recordable, signed, notarized, has a legal description, and pays me the $40, I will happily record it.
Do
I
we
will
have
take
to
your
call it a
$40.
do we have to call it a restriction? Can we call it a notice so it doesn't sound so restrictive? And once that's filed, and somebody say I have a 1960 water right on a structure, but I go out and buy a 1934, can't I just simply file another document and say, hey, we had this right, now we have this right. And I would think any
Yes.
underwriter would look at that and say, they had an old one, they bought a new one, good to go.
Yes, but my question is who would record that new notice? Because for me, I would accept anybody recording it, but from a title standpoint, if the county is the one
I
that
don't think the
put
county would.
notice
I would think
in the
the, I
first
would think
place-
the owner would do. The individual
would
do
want
that.
to
They'd
have
come in
that
and
better water right on.
want to come in and take care of
property.
that and add
So
it to it, right?
the title company, would you guys accept an individual doing that, or would you require that the county, because the county's the one that put it on in the first place, release that?
Come up to the mic.
Come
Cal,
up.
would you?
That was just my only question: is who would need to?
We need to hear from
someday
Cal
do
anyway.
So Cal Robinson, Security Escrow and Title Company. So once that document goes record against that legal description, it's there unless somebody rescinds it.
Right.
So you'd have to have a form to rescind that document if you didn't want it, because it'll show up. If they put another one on, there's going to be two of them on there.
Well, and then you'd be fine, wouldn't you?
Do you want
Oh,
the
yeah,
county
it'll
to
just keep-
resend them, though? That's what I was saying. Is that who you would require?
Why would you need to resend it?
It's going to be,
I mean,
have to be
what-
the person that owns the property.
You
to
just
do
do an addendum and
it.
say,
They're gonna-
here's
they're
another
gonna
document.
have to be the one that signs the document, not the county,
Right.
because they own the property. The county can't put something on them without them acknowledging it.
Yeah.
So it would be the property owner.
It'd be the property owner.
I see.
But if they had the two different ones, a bad one and a good one, then it wouldn't matter, would it? As long as they have the good one on there?
Not that I know of.
I mean,
I mean,
that's what,
I
you know.
mean, there's another document that says there's newer
It is.
older water out.
Yeah, exactly.
They could say, well, look, here's where my water is. But I'm with somebody that said something about they get this
You could
this old one on there,
Why don't you speak
and then they sell that one for good money and put a
Crappy one on.
crappy one on.
That would
That's-
be a
that's an issue
concern.
we're gonna have to think about.
They're not gonna come and record a new document.
No. But
Yeah.
again, maybe that's not a county issue.
And then if they take it off, if they sell that water right, what are we gonna do with the property that they sold it from? I mean, change applications, that's where those come in. Right, Nate?
It's a complicated issue.
One trouble that we would have is we don't typically allow water rights to be stacked, right? So if you have a quarter acre and you have a quarter acre of water, you can't have another quarter acre of water. Like you're just operating under the one. And so if we have this situation, we're going to have to figure something out. Where my mind goes is if we approve the, boy, that's the thing. If it's certificated already, we can't just withdraw an application.
Yeah.
And so this is a gray spot for me that we'll have to figure out as far as the stacking.
What he's saying is, I've got a domestic use for my house. I can't buy another water right for another domestic use, right?
Yeah.
For that house.
This is just internal policy for us, and so I think legally you could probably still do it, but it creates a situation for us that we would need to address. Because one of those water rights isn't being used. Which one is it?
Yeah. Exactly.
So you would lose.
Over a
right.
7-year period, it could possibly become subject to forfeiture, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that'd be the issue.
I don't know. I'm real stubborn on this one, guys. I just and to my good friend Billy Davis, I mean, we're not talking about roofs here. We're talking about a property that is worthless if it hasn't got water. And so I don't know how I'm afraid if we just repeal this, that it just kicks the can down the road, and people just. I've learned in my public service that until people are faced with this issue, they don't pay attention. And that's what I've seen in the last 10 years. We had these public meetings, and Nate, we had these big public meetings, we advertised, and just handfuls of people came, and until they're directly affected, they don't pay attention. And so I think anything that brings it to light, and I don't know, that's what I'm thinking.
Cal,
Well, thank you, Carrie, for your insight.
Since you're right
Appreciate
there,
that.
could you? I was kind of texting you about it, but could you talk about the peril of maybe from an underwriter perspective of something like this,
Well,
or not?
As far as an underwriter in my business, the underwriter is the lenders more, and then we both got different kinds of underwriters.
Yeah.
My underwriter is a title issue. So this is not a title issue. We're just going to show it as, here's the documents to record it. So it's not really a title issue. I'm just going to, if it's recorded against that property, I'm going to show it in my commitment for title insurance. The problem with my commitments for title insurance, like people have said, a lot of people don't read them.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, they see this and they won't call. We get very few requests unless it's an attorney for the documents that's showing up on the title report.
But that's for sure on the buyer. Like, it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
like any
Could you come up to the microphone? Sorry.
Buyer or lender.
Yeah, I mean, you could buy property without using a title company. Look, I'm the recorder. I can do my own title search. I would never buy property without using a title company. But people can. I see people do it every day.
Yeah.
So
Me too.
there's no way that you there's no way you could make sure every person
And they
saw
regret it
But
sometimes.
that's on the buyer. I mean, you do everything you can to make sure, but then the responsibility's on them.
Any other questions?
Do you have any solution that you have thought about that we could do, other than recording something?
I really don't know that. I kind of sometimes I feel like I'm not sure it's the commission's responsibility. I see what your heartburn is down the road, and
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really your responsibility to get, because first of all, Cedar City sells water, Enoch sells water, Barrowan sells water, Conservancy sells water. They can say, hey, we need this. We need this water right now date because of the fact we need to make sure what we're selling is good. I'm not sure that Iron County.
What do you mean they sell water? I don't know. They
have water systems.
You
They've
you
got a
can
water-
buy
yeah,
you can
yeah,
buy
buy-
straight
right.
from them,
Or you
okay.
buy your water from the city.
Right. Gotcha. I see what you mean.
That's where
and they have some new
They've got
junior
newer-
water
they've got newer water
rights,
'cause
and they still sell them, right?
Well,
And that's why Cedar City's in trouble. They're in big trouble.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
They have a lot of junior water rights.
yeah, they've got a lot of junior rights, but they're buying some
Old ones.
old ones
Yeah.
now
I know now.
to try to help them.
Yep.
Right.
And, I mean, it used to be when they required the water to come in with the subdivision, it didn't matter what date it was.
Yep.
I did a lot of subdivisions that helped get their water for the city. Not sure.
Thank you.
I wished I had a crystal ball.
We do too.
A water bottle, half empty, half full.
I'm Janelle Adams. I'm with State Bank of Southern Utah. Just to mention, you talked about lender underwriting. Our biggest concern is loan to value, is what we would be hit in the face with, and we are if this are in, because we have several loans in place already that have junior water rights. They are now devalued immensely. So that is one concern.
They are anyway,
they
right?
We already
They
have
are
them in
anyway.
place, and they're already devalued.
So are you in agreement that it's a good thing to have transparency that you know about as a lender?
Yes, I agree completely, but it will impact affordable housing. It will require, the bank will probably more than likely require more money down.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we've.
But
That's
in your
yourself.
Yes, and but
Yeah,
in your opinion, isn't that better to address that up front versus having a surprise?
I do think
later?
so. Yes, and so
'Cause
exactly.
then they know if they can afford it or not.
Correct.
Up front.
Yes.
If it hits them later,
Yes.
there's real trouble.
So
They could lose their house. They could lose their
Exactly,
property.
Yeah. So the biggest thing is this isn't only just limited to 30-year mortgages. This is across the board. Like we have all kinds of lending products here that this affects, and it's not just limited to your mortgages, your construction loans. We're talking lot loans, we're talking home equity loans, we're talking, I mean, there's so many different types of people that need money in a certain way, but this will affect their loan to values. Like Cindy said, the appraisals are going to have to disclose that there is junior water rights that are probably not going to be worth as much as these.
Which they do that anyway.
Water
Even
rights.
though we
Correct.
don't do anything,
Uh-huh.
it still
Yeah.
comes up,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. So I mean, but I do think disclosure is the way that we need to do it, because, I mean, I've been personally affected because I have a home under construction in Cedar City that was in an existing subdivision, not a new subdivision. I built an exact same subdivision in 2016 and did not have to pay any any impact fees.
But you did this
But
time.
I did this time, and I wasn't told until the day I paid for my permit.
Wow.
And that was it. And I had the money, but I can imagine
A lot wouldn't.
50% of people don't have that money.
Right.
And that was a smack in the face of, and so as a citizen, I'm impacted as well. So I think I think that the properties owners of those lots that Cedar City said were no longer had water should have been informed. So there's my piece.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Jean Davenport. I'm a citizen very vastly affected by this water issue. I have a lot with 1955 water rights. I think this should be rescinded. I totally agree with Billy. I am a retired broker from California, so some of the issues are different. But I feel that disclosure through and also the commercial market will take care of this issue that the county is trying to avoid. One concern mentioned today, well, a new agent might not know, but a new agent is under a broker, a senior broker, who is very concerned that the right disclosures are done. Yes, some people don't use agents, we know that, but again, putting something on title and then hoping it gets changed if the problem is corrected, because a person can go out and buy different water rights to solve the issue. It's hard to get off, and it probably would require the purchase of another title report. So we're just adding cost to the housing costs, and I think that if you go with a recording on title, that you're going to have the same consequences that you're seeing today with this, what we're trying to amend. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have something to say.
Please.
From a risk management from the county's perspective, I think from a selfish county management risk management perspective, I worry about issuing building permits wherein we'll get sued later because we were irresponsible in issuing that building permit for whatever reason, right? And that's why these guys do such a good job on helping people make sure they comply. And so if we issue building permits when we know the water might be, not be able to be divertible later, then that puts us at peril. I think the other part of that is we're being irresponsible. We talk about property rights, and that certainly is key, but we need to be responsible in the governance there. And so, as I think about, financial underwriters, title underwriters, realtors, appraisers, I want to throw it on you. At what point? The good Lord only put so much water on Iron County since before, anybody was here, and it isn't changed. So there's only so much water to go around. Therefore, the state, did what they did, and the state owns the water, and the water engineer allocates that water. And yeah, maybe it was over allocated. But how do you, as professionals, help folks avoid those pitfalls? Because everybody says rescind the ordinance, and I get that, but how do you, in your different roles, financially, title, appraisal, real estate, how do you help people avoid those pitfalls? And one of the things that Commissioner Cousins said to me was the concern is not the people in front of us; it's the follow-on owners, and how do you protect those folks? And I'm seriously, I've been racking my brain too, and I haven't come up with a real great solution. Billy, it looks like you might want to say something.
Just real quick, sorry. I get what you're saying, and all we ask is that we get a seat at the table.
Yeah.
That we're involved in the discussions. I know that.
Well, I'm wondering if there's professional things that you all can do to kind of help with that.
We would love to.
You know,
this is a complicated issue. I mean, just listening to Nate, you found that there's things that you are still unaware of involved with buying and selling water rights that we are actually somewhat aware of, and even though we still call Nate all the time.
Sure.
You know, we've got a water right we're selling. We need to know this, that, and the other thing. But we would just like a seat at the table in answer to your question. We would like to be involved in those discussions. We have knowledge that you may not. And I know you say, well, you know, we announce these public meetings, we announce them for weeks at a time and whatnot. But I'll be honest, you know, you look at your guys' agenda items and we do not know what that means. In honesty, I thought that agenda item 4 was the agenda item that we were talking about today, and was caught off guard when Mrs. Vogt stood up and started talking about the issue at hand. They're vague. It's almost as if you're hoping that we don't show up, that we don't comment, that we don't have something to say. And I feel like we bring a lot to the table, and we would love to be involved and help you make these decisions and be involved in knowing what's going to fall back on us. So thank you.
And I appreciate that comment. And as we've had, you know, as I've met with you guys and others over the last few weeks on this issue, one thing that we've said over and over is a lot of times I think we work in silos. You know, the county works with our staff. Realtors are kind of in a silo. We've got to break down those silos and bring everybody to the table on this, because everybody does have different points of view and different points of expertise that we have just got to we've got to get rid of the silo, and I think everybody's guilty of working within their own silos. I mean, people get into their own interest and own lane, and we stay there a lot of times. And this is one issue that we just can't afford to stay in our own lane. This is something that we've got to figure out how this affects each other, because I mean, we are one community, and this is, you know, really one of the first issues. I mean, I've been on the commission 7 years now, and this is one of, if not the issue that really does affect people differently. I mean,
governmental and private.
I mean,
and banking institutions.
Yeah, lots of issues, but this one really does affect day-to-day outcomes of how people's lives are affected, and it's just we've got to work with this, not in the silo. We've got to come together and rely on each other's expertise in every lane to figure out what's best. Patrick, have you got? Yes, sir.
Just to kind of go a little bit on what Billy said, and I moved here 25 years ago. I consider myself, you know, part of the community. 25 years ago, when I was in Enoch, we used to get a notice in the mail every month of what the meetings were and what the agenda was. About 10 years ago, everybody stopped giving notices, and things started changing quite a bit. I understood when I ran for office last year, or was that 2 years ago? I guess 2 years ago now, that it was my responsibility to reach out to my constituents and let them know what was going on.
Talking about a mail notice to you?
Yes, we had a mail notice in the city of Enoch.
You can go online now and sign up to get agendas every week. I get them from the school board.
Yeah.
They email from the state our agendas.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to just get to is it kind of switched from where they would notify us to, oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Citizen, it's your responsibility to notify yourself.
We don't have the money, Patrick, to send mailers to everybody in the county.
But I'm saying, when you said
expensive.
you said, you know, you've been working on this for 10 years, but about then is when things kind of switched.
So you can go online and you can
ideas
request
have
a Cedar
switched.
City Council, Enoch Council,
I know.
Iron County Commission, School Board
I know.
to be emailed to you every week.
But like you said, you know, people stopped coming. And that's what I'm trying to get to, is the fact that I remember back in the day, we'd go to Enoch City Council meetings and there'd be 40, 50 people there. And one of the big issues in Enoch was whether or not we stay at half acres or we start allowing smaller parcels. Mm-hmm. Well, when that switched happened, if you remember, I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago now, nobody showed up to the meeting, and the council went ahead and changed it because nobody was there to say, no,
good
we want to
point.
stay
It's
at
a good
half-acre
point that
lots.
people didn't
Because people weren't informed anymore
Informed.
because they said, nope, it's your responsibility to inform you now. We're not going to send out notices anymore. I'm just saying it's been a switch in the way that we govern and the way that we do things. And it hasn't been for the better for the citizens because we don't know when to show up. Yes, I know I can go online. I get busy. I've got a life too, and I've got business to run just like
Just do
everybody
it
else
once.
up here.
You do it once, and it shows up in your mailbox every week, one time.
Well, I didn't know I could get something like that.
I'll give you
So
the address.
I will do that. But I'm just saying that was one of the switches. And again, we would ask. I mean, you've heard from the citizens. You've heard from all of us. We think as your constituents that you should table this, repeal it. I don't know what you want to call it, but it needs to go away until we come up with a better solution. I still don't believe the experts are as good off as they think they are. I don't think they have all the information. I don't think the knee-jerk reaction of stop issuing building permits then is the solution.
That's why we're trying to solve it.
No, I understand. And I think one of the ways that we can solve it, and one of my ideas is, why are we letting people drill with a 1970 water right? I mean, if you want to start somewhere, if you're going to repeal or you're going to take away something, let's start with some of the older ones. And like, I have an existing well. There's a ton of existing wells. Why aren't existing wells grandfathered in and not given this? Because what happened to the person that built a house 2 years ago with a 1957 water right? Is someone really going to come in, even though this wasn't on the table 2 years ago, it wasn't a law 2 years ago, are they going to be grandfathered in? Or is someone going to really try and come and take their water away from them?
Well, and
'Cause I
that's,
can
a,
tell you
that's a
this.
state issue, so.
Right. It's
but we're
not your
just
issue, I
trying to-
understand.
We're
but
just trying to,
that's why
transparency
that's why
for
I said
people.
before and earlier today, we want you to fight for us and fight the state. And I don't know how that looks or how that works. Obviously, I'm not in your shoes, and I'd hate to be in your shoes.
There's an open seat. You can file as of 5 o'clock
Till
tonight.
5 p.m. today, please.
Downstairs, you can go file.
Well, we appreciate what you do. We do. We really do. And we're not here to fight you. We're here to try to figure out, what we can do.
Get it.
And those are the things that we're trying to get.
Just saying there's options too.
Yeah. So, but we want you guys to fight for us, and that's what I think what we're all here trying to really say is fight for us, get rid of this for right now. Let's figure out a different way, and let's fight the state on this and figure out a different way. Let's drill deeper. Why can't we? I know you said the state said no. Why? Let's drill down into why.
We've been fighting this for 10 years, Patrick.
So
yeah.
Been fighting for it a long time.
I know.
Long time.
I know. I appreciate you.
Ever since I came on the commission, I go to planning and zoning. I've only missed one or two because of conflicts, but the real estate world needs to have somebody there because they are things that affect you. If you just have one person come and see what's going on, I mean, I think that would be very helpful to the somebody from the Board of Realtors or whoever. But for me, it's been such an eye-opening and really educational thing that I have done as a commissioner, because all those things come back to us, and I see the process that it happens, and it's been very, very valid for me to go to those meetings. It's an extra meeting, yeah, and sometimes they go till midnight or whatever, but they're very good ones to understand the issues. I'll just say that.
And to your point, Billy, if that's what we're here for, call us. If you see an agenda item that you don't understand, call us. If we don't know it, we'll call Sam or John, and they can.
And you can always
clarify
call
them.
my office,
right?
Because sometimes they are wordy,
and they have to do them a certain way. Yeah. The state requires that. So.
Well, and also to your point, that we've covered agenda item 4 as well. You probably really were here for agenda item 4, and we've allowed them to bleed over, and so yeah, you're correct. All right.
I just wanted to say, Commissioner Cousins asked us to draft a document to consider to being filed with the building
Recorders.
permit. So we'll continue to draft that. If you have input, either reach out to John's office and he'll forward it to me. We can get you a copy of it. But I think some of the concerns that were raised were the language of a deed restriction. It's not been labeled as that. Right now it's just a notice of water rights and the associated language with our current ordinance, which indicates a possibility of being subject to suspension or termination, but not a deed restriction. But I would like to get feedback from other individuals regarding the movement
Language.
of water rights around. I mean, obviously, we've raised a couple of the issues with where it stays with the property or stacking and stuff like that. So things to consider, but we're still working on that document, and it would be worth having some input if you'd like.
How's the best way to contact you, Sam?
I would say,
Through
is there a general
through
email?
John, through the
John?
clerk's office.
I think that clerk.group email at ironcounty.net, clerk.group at ironcounty.net, or just call my office or reach out to the,
It'll get to us.
yeah.
All right. Any other comment on 3 before we move into 4? And we've probably had a lot of comment on 4 as well. Let's move into agenda item number 4. Is a discussion of possible action regarding temporary procedural changes to the enforcement of Iron County Ordinance 2022-6 as recommended by the Iron County Planning Commission while amendments are being considered. Who wants to?
Would you like me to say something?
I would. Whoever's going to address this, please, Sam.
So
this is still a water issue, you guys, if you're taking
It's the
off of
same
that.
thing.
This is the same. This is
just putting a pause on until we can.
So if I can give some background, the commission has been approaching staff to make adjustments to the ordinance since they found out about it last year. However, because of the law, the requirements for notice, we had agendized this item 4 to see about the possibility of making procedural changes. However, because any changes to a land use ordinance, whether you call them a moratorium or temporary, it still requires certain process and notice. And so for that reason, item 4 is essentially a moot item on the agenda because we're just not able to take action on it, regardless of how you wanted to word it. So as Commissioner Blake said, these essentially have been bled into each other, and item 4 is no longer really a topic for discussion just because we can't take action today.
okay. So this will be agendized again on the 22nd for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. At that time, legally, we will be able to take some action. I'm going to, in between now and then, in the 2 weeks, and we've organized a couple of meetings in the past, but I think we need to meet again somehow. I'll figure out with the other commissioners what that's going to look like as far as not a public meeting, not a commission meeting, but maybe much like we did last time. We met at the Heritage Center a couple of weeks ago. There were members of the public there. There were some members of the of real estate. Mr. Moses was there from the state, which was very enlightening. I was the only commissioner there by design because it wasn't a public meeting. It was simply trying to gain information. I think we need to do something like that again and make sure that we identify the right players at the table to be there in order to have these discussions and move forward on what's the best. So I or one of us will organize that. We'll organize that again through the realtors. We'll organize that through the home builders. We'll do our very best to get the word out. Maybe try and at least identify key players.
Yeah, Sam is writing up something like he was just saying, and it would be nice to get some input on what he is writing up. Maybe at this meeting, we could have some more input on what we're trying to accomplish here.
Really, the bottom line is it's the unintended consequences that come back and bite us in the butt. If we can minimize those altogether, that's the goal. Whether it be this generation or generations to come. Dave, you got a comment?
Yeah.
Please come to the mic.
State your name.
David Coates is my name. I was part of the meeting at the Heritage Center a couple weeks ago. And at that time, and I realized Mike is only one of three, but his goal at that time was to basically get to the point that we just wiped the September 2022 off the slate and just started from scratch. Is that still kind of what we're looking towards? And because there's going to be a little bit of time involved in putting this together, and there's people that are sitting in the middle of projects, like my neighbor behind me and stuff, that they're frozen in place. And I think there's another thing too that we haven't talked about at all. In my opinion, and I've kept track of it a little bit, what the state's doing with water, as far as the diversion to Salt Lake, everything else. And I've seen some really irresponsible stuff going on by the state concerning water and land. And so I think that we've got two things. We've got a short-term problem within the county that we have to deal with. But long-term, we have the possibility of taking some action against the state for the irresponsibility and the way they're managing things. And if we can't do it as a county through the county attorney, the people, and it was written constitutionally, are the ultimate authority. Now, if there's a group of people that come together and actually have the interest in doing a common law court, we're able to do that. And that's going to take a little time itself. I'm looking into it. I've talked to the sheriff about it. I've talked to a commissioner or two about it. But there's, without a doubt, that there's a lot of mismanagement in this state right now. And it continues to be so. And I don't know if Sam can tell me whether there's any logical way through the existing court system and stuff that we can start a long-term goal of some more accountability from the state as we're dealing with this short-term this way. But regardless, I think that the Action 2022 September needs to be taken off the table so people are allowed to move in the meantime as we draw a new agreement. And that's my opinion.
And I would, you asked, I want to see folks who are in peril now. We need to figure out how to move past that and to allow them to continue with their projects. Absolutely, well, I think that's number one.
Right.
And then figure out that long-term solution, number two, and that's something, because of noticing requirements, that's something we'll be able to address in 2 weeks.
Primary to me right now is eliminating the ordinance that was established in September of 2022. That allows people to move ahead. And then just start from ground zero. We've lost a year and 3 or 4 months is all it means. But these people are free to make beneficial use of their properties.
Well, in 2 weeks, we're working on an agreement now. In 2 weeks, we'll make a decision, yea or nay, and we'll make a decision. Once a decision's made in 2 weeks, then people can move forward. And I know that there's some that were, that came in and they went out. They went out. I had a call from a gentleman that I know that's got means, and he said he's going to buy a lot. There was a one well servicing 4 lots, and he was going to buy one, and there was he couldn't get a building permit because there was newer water. I said, right now, if I were you, I'd go out and find an old water right. And I think that's what he did. I think he went out and bought an old water right, and his problem solved. And then he doesn't have to sleep, worry at night. They wonder, I built this $1 million home, and my water's could be 4-footed. So
not everybody can afford that.
Understand that. But
and by doing what was done in 2022, it's affected the water right market. Mm-hmm. Of course, the newer ones, they've gone from some value to almost none, and driven the price through the ceiling on the older ones, plus the availability. So it's it's just not. And John mentioned as far as legal liability if you allowed people to go ahead and build on those. Well, you've got legal liability, and the way I am thinking of it, by doing what you're doing, because you've got people that had property of value, and all of a sudden you're taking that away from them without any due process. And so, no matter how you look at it, as far as county goes, you can be in trouble. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is a tough one.
Yeah, so.
For sure.
Okay, well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll see you at one of the hearings.
Excellent. All right, let's go to agenda item number 1.
Oh, you're going to come back and do a motion on 4 then?
Well, how do we handle 4, Sam?
Strike it from the, or
Just strike it?
Yeah, or
Okay.
you can just not
or
take
just
any
no
action.
action.
Yeah.
No action?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need a motion for
I'll
that?
move
or is
to I'll move to take no action on item number 4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Let's go back to number 1. Number 1 is a public hearing, discussion and possible approval of a proposed zone change from rural agriculture 20 acres, RA20, to agriculture 20, A20 for approximately 66.02 acres within the legal description as outlined in the agenda, located at approximately 563 South Spring Creek Drive, Canaryville, Utah. And this will be presented by Mr. Erickson.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
The Planning Commission recommended approval of this rezone. This property was rezoned a while back from R1. There was, and then it was subdivided into 2 lots, a 20-acre and a 66-acre parcel. And so this is located just south of Canaryville, right, the property outlined in yellow. And the pink property is the RA20, and then the request now is to move that 66-acre parcel back to A20. You can see that it's adjacent to A20 on the south and on the east. And the Planning Commission also entertained a conditional use permit for this property to have a light industrial use as a conditional use permit in A20, and approved that contingent upon the County Commission rezoning the property to A20. The reason for the request for A20 is to be able to do the light industrial use that's not an allowed use in the RA20. And so they wanted to go back to A20. The property there was some concern of flooding, and this is the flood maps that show the dike that is on the property and where the county has an easement and goes across this property, and it takes care of the flood situation. The property is served by a private well and septic. There was an attempt early on this property to annex it into Canaryville town, because it was adjacent to the town. The Canaryville Town Board refused to entertain that idea. And so they went ahead and developed it in the county, rezoned it to RA20 and at the time, and subdivided it into the 2 lots. And now they want to make the 1 lot back to RA20 or A20. So are there any questions about the rezone itself? And this requires, of course, public hearing, and then we can discuss it further if you want.
What is the proposed light industrial use?
Light industrial is a conditional use that's allowed in the A20 zone when the use is conducted entirely within the building, and compressors, welders, anything that's being used can be done that way, or be done in the building. And so a light industrial use allows for employees to come and work at the site. The conditional use permit that was authorized, contingent upon the rezone, limited it to 10 employees. We did a similar thing with the Blue Mountain, I can't remember what it's called, the further one, the BZI further south, when it was originally done. And recognizing that it is not in an industrial use area. It's not rezoning it to industrial or light industrial zone where you can have a much larger operation. This can be limited through the conditional use permit to have limited employees, limited hours of operation, limited number of traffic, and we've done all that through the conditional use permit. Limit the number of trips, employees, trucks, hours of operation, all of those things to be commensurate with a residential area. So they have a large building on the property. It's a barn dominium. I think it's a 60 by 80 building that is a home. It was authorized as a barn dominium with living quarters in it, and in that building they would like to do some family business, but they think that from time to time they may have a job that require more than 3 or 4 people. They may hire a couple, extra people for a week or 2 while they've got a particular welding job or something that needs to be done. So the conditional use permit allows for those kinds of things: cutting, grinding, milling, not the kind of milling that is the steel manufacturing milling, but cutting steel and welding it and things like that that can occur within the building. And that is what was proposed, and that's what was authorized contingently by the Planning Commission through the conditional use permit if the property is rezoned.
Gotcha. And is it a business that requires a building permit?
Yes.
Or not a building permit?
They do have fire suppression?
No, what's the word I'm looking for?
Conditional use permit?
No, come on. I don't know.
It requires a thing?
No, it requires a, oh my gosh.
Well,
business
a
license.
building
A business license is what I'm trying to, what I'm trying to spit out.
Yes.
Through the county.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's unincorporated.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Those were my only questions.
Okay.
Chair will declare the public hearing open on agenda item number 1. Seeing no public comment, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Turn the time back over to Reed.
When we review any rezone, these are the considerations that we look at, and these are the things that the Planning Commission looked at, recognizing that a rezone of property, of course, is a legislative action. The Commission has the most discretion on legislative actions and can determine what is in the best interest of the community and what is in the best interest of the area. At the Planning Commission, there was a public hearing, and there were a few people there to address their concerns about an industrial area, and they were concerned about what those impacts could be, especially related to fire and welding the property, and they're in the trees there. They have cleared an area around that, and they will be subject, and are subject, of course, with the building permit to the Wildland Urban Interface Code in terms of vegetation management, clearing it, and depending on what type of use what type of equipment and what they do in the building specifically would then determine whether it needs fire suppression. And so that's still in the consideration, and that's one of the things that the Planning Commission, I think, took comfort in that regardless of the fact that they give a conditional use permit and that the building permit was already issued and the building's constructed, that use can still be regulated for fire suppression and fire control and the ability to be aware of that as they go forward, depending on what kinds of things they do in the building. So the applicant is aware of that, and they are concerned about the cost of putting a fire suppression building in, or fire suppression system, and therefore said, our interest is then to keep it so we don't have to do that, keep it smaller, use the kind of equipment that wouldn't necessitate that. But if they did and decided to do that, then they'd have to put a fire suppression system in. So they're aware of that, and they're working with the building department on that, and that'll help alleviate some of those concerns about fire risk in that area. Flooding was also addressed, and they're having minimal impact on that 66-acre piece in terms of a footprint, and can take care of the drainage on the property. And all of the other concerns were addressed, which are the list of things here and the considerations that we talk about: water, fire, drainage, sewer, all of the aspects of impacts to zoning. So with a recommendation from the Planning Commission, I think we're ready for action.
Okay.
Okay.
Ask for motion.
I'll move for approval of the proposed zone change from rural agriculture 20, RA 20 to agriculture 20, A20 for approximately 66.02 acres, and their description there in the agenda, and located at approximately 563 South Spring Creek Drive, Parowan, Utah. Or Parowan, Canaryville, Utah.
Other end of the county.
The other Parowan.
The other Parowan.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Move on to agenda item number 2. Public hearing, discussion, and possible approval of a proposed preliminary subdivision, Sage Meadows Preliminary Subdivision Phase 1, 54 lots, 11.21 acres, located at approximately 2675 West Mid-Valley Road, Cedar City, and the legal description is provided within the agenda. So is this 3 separate
actions?
Actions?
It is.
Okay.
It requires a public hearing, and let me just explain why there's 3 actions listed on that.
Great.
It's the approval of a subdivision, but in our subdivision approval process, we also have master community development plans, and we don't have a separate section in our code that either requires them or lays out the process for amending them. So we do it as part of the subdivision approval. But we have always taken a separate action on those and believe that it's part of the subdivision process, which is handled through the approval of the subdivision, but because there was an approved master plan for that development previously, we want to make sure that we're giving that due consideration through the subdivision process. So, for example, in this particular case, this was part of, on the map you can see outlined in yellow there, this long place. This is the community, or the phase 1 of the Sage Meadows subdivision, which originally was part of the master plan for the Peak View subdivision, this whole area right here. And so if I show the master development plan, this was the Peak View subdivision master plan. And it was just these 2 phases that are in the upper left-hand corner here. Phase 1 is what we're talking about right now, and this is phase 2. So we are amending the master plan for Peak View and taking that property out of the Peak View master plan so that everyone is aware that that's no longer part of the continued build out of the Peak View subdivision. And that's why we're handling those separately. But because we're also now having 2 phases, and the second phase, here's just another view of what the original Peak View master plan was. The one on the left was when the very first phase of Peak View started. It was phase 1, which was just the very 2 lots in the upper right-hand corner right here. Those 2 lots was phase 1, and then we had phase 2. Then we had phase 3. As phase 3 came in, we changed the master plan, and this became phase 3. And then we had a phase 4, phase 5, phase 6, and the master plan that was approved at that time was to show that, I think this was phase 7 or 8 right here, that would have been what we're talking now about, the Sage Meadows area. And so those master plans have been amended since then, and here's the master plan for the Sage Meadows subdivision master plan with phase 1 on the top and then phase 2 below it. Since they're just developing phase 1 right now, the idea of doing a master plan is so that they know and we know how we're taking care of drainage, how they're taking care of all of the access, that we don't just do a random phase 1, phase 2, and then we forgot that we couldn't tie that road in on phase 3. And so we just say, look, let's look at the overall thing. We're not approving that per se as a subdivision, but we are recognizing the value of master planning it so that we know that it all fits together, that we're providing good access, multiple accesses, we're taking care of drainage, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why we do the master plans as part of the subdivision when we have multiple phases.
Great.
Okay? So the public hearing is for all of that, but it's really for the approval of phase one. But we don't want to just do phase one without considering its impact in that area and making sure we're taking care of
Flooding is the number one right
That's
now,
one
right?
of the biggest problems we had originally
there.
with the original phase one of Peakview.
Right.
You know, had a little pond in the corner and it didn't take care of that and all of the others. And hopefully we'll get smarter as we go, but we'll learn from our experiences. And that's why we're approaching it in this way. So this is also a little bit unique in that we came back previously and had a zone change on this from R1/2 to the R4K. So this is our first property that would develop under the new R4K zone, which allows for the smaller lots. Their intention wasn't to go clear down as small as the 4,000 square foot, but somewhere between the 6,000 and 10,000, which is what these lots are, so that they can still have a nice 2,000 square foot two-car garage, have the same kind of thing, but on a smaller footprint, so they can get a lot more lots in here. So they've got 52 lots proposed in this phase one, where before it would have only been about half that, 28, or less than that, 25 lots or something like that.
So did that require a bigger drainage retention pond?
Yes, it does, and that's what this shows here in the upper right-hand corner. That is a drainage for this area. And then we also show that in phase two, there's also a drainage pond accounting for that, so that we know that that doesn't have to handle all of that development. And so we're trying to accommodate for that drainage.
Have those been engineered? Do you feel like they're adequate?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rich has worked through this with Platt and Platt, Michael Platt, who's been working on this, trying to address to make sure that we're accommodating the drainage in that section.
Okay.
So that's where we're at. The overall project review is phase one is the 11.2 acres. And so really we could have had 21 or 22 lots there before. Now we have 52. So they are smaller lots. They're going to be more affordable lots. They can still be single family homes. And there are additional provisions you'll recall in the R4K zone that requires additional parking, additional off-street parking. It requires a park space. It requires storage for boats and RVs and things like that. They're going to accommodate that because each lot requires so many square feet. They're going to do that on the lots themselves for each lot to have an additional space that is dedicated for storage. And so we're trying to accommodate all of the things that are required in the ordinance, and we've been able to do that. So.
And it also requires an HOA, right?
Yes, it is part of the HOA. They're going to incorporate it into the Peakview HOA so that there are more members and they can do it all together. And they're working through that process, but that is a requirement. And this is preliminary plat. Before that could come back to final plat, we would ensure that that has been taken care of.
All right. Chair declares the public hearing open to discuss the Peakview Master Development Plan Amendment, the Sage Meadows Master Development Plan Adoption, and the Sage Meadows Preliminary Subdivision Phase 1.
Hi, my name is Cassie Easley. I've been listening, so since we talked about water before, we don't have water, and we're building 54 more homes. I see that you guys are talking about the concerns that you have for water, and now we're putting in more subdivisions that are
They have to have the good water rights, right?
Right. So I'm like, just in what's been discussed today, this is like, how does this work?
Because they have the old water. They have the rights.
The old water.
It's
They'll
called
go
property.
on
It's
Water
called property rights.
Conservancy District,
They have the water.
Okay.
Water Conservancy
Right.
District.
Well,
Yep.
obviously, I wasn't aware that that's where it was sitting. That's why I'm asking the question. So
Thank you.
that sounded kind of rude the way that you
I'm sorry.
responded
I'm
to
sorry.
me,
But it's just that people. That's what I guess I get a little frustrated with people because they say, why are we allowing all the growth? And they just moved here 2 years ago. So
Well, I've lived in Iron County for 20 years.
good. That's good. And I've lived here
But-
for 45.
But I had a significant question. I was concerned. You guys are just now talking
Yeah.
about water.
Absolutely.
And then now we're talking about 54 new lots. It's like
Yeah.
I'm having a disconnect here. So
It's a
I
private
had
property
a-
right. If
And I-
they
and I
have
believe
the
that-
And they did have, and that was just right. I was
really
just curious.
great. Yeah.
It's serviced
It's
by
a good question.
Serviced by the Water
Good
Conservancy
question.
District, correct?
Yeah.
So
And I'm not arguing it. I was just like,
Yeah.
okay.
And they'll
Great
require
this stuff that
Great
we're talking
question.
about, I'm trying to understand what's going on.
Yeah, and they'll
So
require
that was
them to
just
bring
my question. I
1930.
don't have a disagreement about the subdivision. I'm just like, you guys are talking about this. Let me be more
Absolutely.
informed. So I had
They'll
a
bring,
question.
they'll
Great
make them bring
question.
1934 water to the table when they do it.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Turn the time back over to Mr. Erickson.
Approval for preliminary subdivision. These are the considerations. Again, this is an administrative action in that when it meets the code, it is entitled to approval, and it meets the code. It provides for all of the sanitary water, sewer. This is on central sewer, of course. It has central water, and provides for all of the concerns. This request is because it's in the R4K zone. They're asking for variations on fencing and street lights. So what we are seeking is approval first for the Peakview Master Plan amendment, and then the Sage Meadows Master Plan adoption, and then the approval of the preliminary plat phase 1 for Sage Meadows.
Would you suggest?
I would suggest separate actions
Separate
in each
action.
of the three.
All right.
Just cleaner.
So, all right. So we'll ask for a motion on a Peakview Master Development Plan amendment.
I'll make that motion to approve the Peakview Master Plan Development Agreement.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then the next motion, Sage Meadows Master Development Plan adoption.
I'd move to approve Sage Meadow Master Development Plan adoption.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then the third is the Sage Meadows Preliminary Subdivision Phase 1.
Say that again, Mike.
Sage Meadows Preliminary Subdivision Phase
Phase
1.
1.
Okay, yeah, that's right there. So
A bit
I'll
attached.
move to approve the Sage Meadows Preliminary Subdivision Phase 1.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.
That's with the variations on
That's-
fencing and street lighting.
Yeah.
Right?
Variation on. Yep. Include that, John.
Thank you.
And no, I'm just curious. Why was the request for the variation on street lighting?
Because there are no other street lights out in that area.
Oh, it
and
would
they-
be incongruous
they
with the,
would- Yeah, they want to maintain the night sky.
so it was fencing and street lighting.
I think we're at number 5, correct?
Yep.
One drop.
We're getting there.
Agenda item number 5, public hearing and discussion. No action of proposed county code amendments, ordinance 2024-1 subdivision procedures and noticing requirement updates. Titles 15, 16, and 17 Iron County Code in compliance with state code changes to be considered for approval at the January 22nd, 2024 commission meeting.
So, Reed, I have a question on this agenda item. Are we basically moving to adopt what the state has made changes? Or are we going above and beyond, or just bare minimum what the state's asking for?
This is both. We are adopting what the state requires, but there are things that are in addition to that that we have, excuse me, already in our ordinance that we're keeping. So we're not just throwing out anything that was more restrictive than what the state has. We're keeping much of that, but we are adopting what the state has as a minimum. The main difference is that the state requires this is really two bills that we're dealing with. 174, Senate Bill 174 has to do with the approval process for subdivisions. And they are mandating that the county commission and the legislative body can no longer approve subdivisions, residential subdivisions of single family, two family, or townhomes. That's what they have specifically said. So we've put that in the ordinance that's the case, and we have to appoint an administrative land use authority. But beyond that, we also said, look, there is a difference. The state doesn't recognize all of the types of subdivisions that we have in the county. We have other types of subdivisions, of minor subdivisions, subdivisions that are exempt, the preliminary final plat subdivisions, and they just said subdivisions of single, one family residential, one lot, two family, and townhomes. And we've said, look, we've got a lot of others that we are also incorporating into this that requires approval, and some of which will be done by the administrative land use authority that's required for the by statute, and some that isn't. You know, we have industrial subdivisions, and we have commercial subdivisions, and ones that don't fall in that category, and we have one lot and two lot. We have a preliminary subdivision that requires a road dedication. We can't just do minor subdivisions. In the statute, they just articulated subdivisions of 10 or lots or less, and they called that a minor subdivision. Well, we have 10 lots or less, but if they're dedicating a road, that's a preliminary and a final plat process. There are some problems with the state statute, and they recognize some of those problems and the conflicts that they've led, and said they're going to fix them in this legislative session. But that doesn't alleviate the fact that we have to have all of this incorporated and approved by February 1st, 2024. So we've tried to incorporate the best we can and follow the state law, but then also leave some of the other stuff that we have approvals for already.
I just had some calls from people that have said, they're afraid we're going to adopt this to meet the state requirements, but then keep adding more bureaucracy. I mean, I've had some of those calls.
It's simplifying everything. It's making it easier for every subdivision review process is now simpler. Before a preliminary plat, no subdivisions anymore will have to come to county commission. You just approve the last one. This preliminary plat. That's the last one you ever have to do. The rest will either done by staff or by the planning commission.
What are you going to do every other Monday morning for?
I'm going to really miss it. We'll still have zone changes. We'll still have other land uses.
Just teasing.
But it's actually going to increase our burden substantially because. So what is proposed in this ordinance to address that is. I've got a number of handouts here. Let me just start with this. And some of these were just amended last week at the Planning Commission, and so that's why I couldn't get them out in too far in advance. But I have a couple of others here for the public if anybody wants a copy.
I have a comment on on the board. The board that is all staff, right? The land use. Probably not. I have a question about the land use board. It's all staff, right?
That's correct.
Could we add a couple of people?
Yeah.
I just feel like sometimes it's nice. I mean, you get caught up in the day-to-day stuff. I just wonder if an outside, you know, somebody from the outside.
Well, let me talk about what they do first, and then we'll see whether they really have a role there or not.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, each one of those stacks, they need a copy. Some of them are kind of big, and I only made enough for the commissioners. So this ordinance, let me just step back a little bit and say that there's the two provisions of the statute that we're trying to accommodate. One is the procedure for subdivision approval, and the other is the notification requirements that that have changed, and our ordinances don't conform. They're out of sync, and so we're making some changes in there. So there are changes, and I've got an Exhibit A, B, and C that go with this ordinance. Yeah. So Exhibit A is Title 15, and we're putting in the biggest change there is that Title 15 deals with building permits and development, or Title 16 is subdivisions, and Title 17 is the zoning ordinance. And so we've got notification requirements in all three of those titles, and we have approval processes in all of those titles that need to change. And so it's been a fairly large ordeal to try to go through all of our ordinances and make sure that everything has changed there. And I've been working on it continually for about 3 months now, and we've had it on the Planning Commission meeting in December. We talked about it in November, on the agenda in December, and in January, last Thursday, they voted to recommend approval of this ordinance that includes those three sections.
Was it unanimous or not?
Pardon?
With the Planning Commission, was it unanimous?
Yes.
It was?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just couldn't remember.
Yeah, they were all in favor. So let me talk just again about the two processes. The approval process for subdivisions. The easiest way to look at that is on this this kind of summary sheet. That's also in Title 16, but I just pulled it out so that I could copy it for people separately. That designates, just takes our list of normal land use applications and approval decisions and breaks it out into a procedure type, a notice type, whether a public hearing is required, whether it's an administrative process or if it's a legislative process, and who the land use authority is for both the administrative decisions and the legislative decisions. And that table summarizes all of those things that are kind of throughout the ordinances in the rest of the sections. That's Table 1. Table 2 just takes that and breaks it out differently and puts them by procedure type and lumps them together, and then also talks about what the criteria for review is. In other words, whether it just has to follow the ordinance or there's a lot of discretion there, and what procedure it follows, and what type of notice is required, and who the land use authority is. And then the third page is the noticing requirement for all land use decisions, and whether it's a Class A or Class B notice, which is what the statute, again, we're going beyond the statute only in that we're trying to clarify the other things that we do besides what the county or the state said. So we're not adding additional requirements, we're simply clarifying them in terms of what the changes were from the state. So since the state had a requirement now of a Class A notice and a Class B notice, we just put our other noticing requirements in as a Class C, D, and E notice. Class D notice is actually a state law requirement, but they never called it a Class D or anything. They just, in fact, there's some conflict in state law on what some of the Class D stuff is. In one section of the state code, it says that you have to do a 10-day notice, which is a Class A notice for any road vacations. And then on another section of the code, it requires 4-week notification. It says 4-week notification of a Class A notice, which is weird because a Class A notice is 10 days. And so there's things they're going to have to clean up, you know. But we took the high road on this and said, look, we'll just do the 4-week notification, because they're obviously aware that they had that section they left in for 4-week notification when there's road vacations being considered. So the Class C notice that's different than what the state requires is when we just do a mailing to adjacent property owners, like we do for our administrative land use permits, where we just send a letter out to the adjacent property owners to give them an opportunity to comment on an administrative land use permit, and there's no meeting. It's issued by staff. There's no reason to put it on the state website for 10 days because there's no meeting, you know, and we send letters out. So that's why we call that a Class C notice. The Class D is, of course, for vacating roads and requires the 4 weeks. And the Class E is simply what was called the Open Meetings Law, still is the Open Meetings Act. We just listed it here separately so that we could show when.
So road vacation will not come to us anymore?
Yes, it will.
Oh, it will?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you look on your the very first page and you look down at the bottom and you'll see road vacation, public right-of-way, you know, about the 10th up to the bottom. It's a Class 8 procedure, Class D notice, public hearing, and county commission approval.
Okay.
So you
I
go
see
across
the
that.
CC.
It's county commission.
County commission. Okay.
Yeah. And then some of them say PC rec, that requires a recommendation from the planning commission. Okay. Otherwise, it's county commission. So all those ones that are listed in that far right column are decisions that the county commission will still make as the land use authority. Okay, so development agreements, annexation approvals, annexation agreements, all the things that are listed there, you can read them. Those will still come to the county commission.
Okay.
So since it's listed right there, I'll just mention the land use team. The only place that's listed on that second to the right column is down on where it says road right-of-way review. That's the only thing that they do.
That's the only place that they do that.
Yeah. That's the only thing they do is the road right-of-ways
The
determination.
rest
and all
of it is all in statute anyway.
That's correct.
That you approve.
Yeah, and those are things that we just do a review on when there's a road question of whether a road is a public road or a private road, whether it's a private lane or a public road. We, as the staff, which is the county attorney, the road department, myself, the building official, and the county engineer, we meet on the second and fourth Thursdays of every month to have kind of a staff meeting. And that's when we've developed a checklist that says, okay, was this ever mapped? Was it ever, challenged? Was it ever posted? And we just go through that list to try to determine whether it was a public road or not. And it's not an official declaration, but we make note of that and keep a running file so that if that comes up again and again, and it allows us to determine whether or not that road should be on, the schedule for whether we get money for it or not. Whether it's a Class A or a Class B road or a Class C road or a Class D road. And so that's the only thing that's
the only time.
And that's why it's not really relevant.
Yeah, I didn't know whether
sometimes
it was
we invite someone into that meeting if they have information about that road.
Yeah.
We try to gather information about it, but that's the only thing they really do.
Okay. All right.
That same group meets and we do project reviews, on upcoming projects. So we've got a building permit on that is a little larger, sketch meetings for subdivisions that are coming up. This is just a broader staff review, and we'll use that in some of the other subdivision reviews to just give input, but they're not a land use authority. They're not appointed. They don't really have an.
Could you run through that team one more time?
Say?
Could you run through that team one more time? Just who's on that with the land use
county
team?
Engineer, the planner, the zoning or the building official, the
Public Works Director.
Public Works Director, and the county engineer or county attorney.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So let me just move through this a little bit. these are all the statutory things. There's two aspects of the land use approvals. Okay, there's the aspect of who should approve and when it should be approved. And so in that process, they're saying you can't take more than 15 days to review an application for subdivision. So the idea behind the whole statute is to try to address concerns that some developers have had, that communities have just drug out their approval process forever. And they're saying, look, it's in the ordinance. If it meets the code, it should be approved. And they're going back and forth, and it takes 6 months to get a subdivision approved. There's no reason for that. You know, I won't say who, but in our county we have a jurisdiction that's created part of that problem. And so legislators have been nibbled on their ear and said, developers, look, we need to fix this. And so their answer is, look, just like they did last year or 2 years ago when they said a building permit needs to be reviewed within 14 days. You know, you have to have, you can't take that long to review a permit. Well, now they've got to review this. We have to review an application for subdivision within 15 days. And that's 15 calendar days. That's not 15 business days. So we don't have time to do our normal process, you know, that once we get an application, we send out letters for comment, and we, you know, it takes longer to review, and we have to advertise 14 days in the paper. Excuse me, because, you know, and it takes a week to get the ad in the paper, and so it takes out a month before it can even be on the agenda for the Planning Commission. Then they make a recommendation, then it comes to the County Commission. You know, this subdivision you just approved started in November, you know, for the peak, and then we made them come back because they didn't have the adequate changes to the master plan. You know, and we didn't revise those, so then it had to come back to the Planning Commission again, and then, you know, by the time it goes through that whole process, you know, it's 3 or 4 months, and they want it reviewed in 15 days. And the statute also says that you can submit comments. You have to have a complete application, so you can determine a complete application. Our ordinance explains that. And then you can list comments, and then they have 20 days to respond to that. Then you have another 15 days to respond. Then they have 20 days. Then you have another 15 days, and that can go back and forth 4 times. And so you can either do that at preliminary or you can do that at final, but not both. And you can have one public hearing on it, but you can't have more than that. And we were having 2 for each one at Planning Commission, County Commission. And so staff and Planning Commission's determination was that we're best off not having a public hearing for subdivisions. We will still continue to do the notification to adjacent property owners, which we've done before, and the statute does not require that. So we could say, well, but then they allows you to do one public hearing. So we opted to, rather than advertise for a public hearing, which nobody sees, we'll send letters to the adjacent property owners so they have a better opportunity to comment, and we can still do that. And so we've had to shorten the time frame down on how long people have to respond to that, though, because we have to have our review done in 15 days. We don't have time. If we send letters out immediately and give them 7 days or 10 days, we've got to have that review done in 15 days. So all of those time frames have had to be shortened, and we still want to get some input from neighbors and adjacent property owners without making it too cumbersome on the applicant, more than what was intended, but it certainly simplified it from what it was previously. So the ordinance that deals with those 2 things, the notifications, the approval process and who approves it, and the review back and forth.
So you're on such a short timeline. Will any of those comments be able to be relevant? I mean,
they will, because what we're going to do is also require them to have some of those comments in advance of submitting the application. So they have to send the letters out first before we would consider it a complete application. They need the letter, and then we don't have to wait for them to give the letter. So we're kind of changing that process a little bit. Thank you, John. And my apologies. This throat thing's been going on.
It's
Talking
a bad
is
one.
the very worst thing for it, you know. So that's really, here's just a simplification of our notice requirements for the public notices, the Class A, the Class B, and then what we're now calling Class C, Class D, and Class E, which we had before. We just are changing the nomenclature so that it just fits with what the state has done. So this table really shows when each of those notices is required, when and who the notice goes to. The real difference, and this is kind of confusing, and I expect we'll get clarification again this legislative session, is what they're defining as an affected area and a designated area. So that's really the difference in a Class A and a Class B notice, is that a Class A notice is posted in the affected area, and a Class B notice is posted and done either through a posting or mailing in the designated area. The affected area can be defined by statute or by the county, and it says in statute that the affected area, by default, if it's not called out specifically for each application, it's the whole county. So we've just said it's just always going to be the whole county. Because then we still have the designated area that we have to notify for the very specific area of a zone change, or something like that on an annexation. There's a very specific area, that's the designated area, and that's where we will send the letters out to everybody in that area. So now when we propose a zone change that we're initiating, or that we're including other neighbors in from the application, then we send letters to each of those property owners, which we never had to do before. It was just considered part of the public hearing. Mm-hmm. So now we have those Class A and Class B notices that are all 10 days. That's one of the bigger differences in our ordinance right now. We've required 14 days public notification on a zone change or on any land use application, and it had to be published in the paper for 14 days. So one of the things for clarification, I didn't want to jump up in your last discussion, even though I had several comments. The concern of acting in 2 weeks is you have a requirement for 2-week notification, and that had to be published today in the newspaper. You can't have that in the newspaper today. You can't take action in 2 weeks. So unless you do it under the provisions of this ordinance, which is what I had anticipated, including that change in this ordinance, because I have advertised Title 15, 16, and 17 for changes related to water, subdivision approval, and notification. So I did the advertising thinking that it could be in this, but you can't take a special action in 2 weeks outside of that because you haven't advertised it yet, and you can't publish it today in the newspaper. So this notification is going to simplify all that in our world, because now we just have a 10-day notification on the state public notice website, which you could post today, and on the county website. So if you post those 10 days, then that's what's needed for any notification for a Class A or Class B notice, which is a Class A notice is what you need for a land use ordinance. And so that's what you would be able to do now, which you can't do currently. But with the adoption of this ordinance, you could. But in 2 weeks, you could act on this if it's part of Title 15, which is where that section is that we were going to revise, because I've advertised in Ordinance 2024-1 to have changes in Title 15, 16, and 17.
Which includes that ordinance.
So we can include those changes in that ordinance. Yeah. And that's what this Exhibit A is. Okay, you've got a copy of that. That's all the red one. Exhibit A is Title 15. So the ordinance, one of the things I didn't hand out to you is the ordinance itself that I emailed in the packet. That's 2024-1 should have that in the packet. And it just says that you're adopting land use ordinances and changes in Title 15, 16, and 17. So, and it says, Section 1 is Title 15, Exhibit A. Title 16 is Exhibit B. Title 17 is Exhibit C. So those are all included in that ordinance. Okay, so if we do it as part of Ordinance 2024-1, then you could do it in 2 weeks, which is what we're anticipating with this. But you couldn't do it outside of that, okay, without advertising for another meeting. So
we would have to tweak that and insert it in this. And
yes,
approve the whole thing.
that's in there. It's red and it's highlighted and it has that section in there. So if you decide to take that 50 year out, that there will be amendment to the Title 15, which is what we're doing, and you could do it there. Or you could put other language in about recording or the notice or anything. But if you look at that ordinance now and the language in that, it has the notification requirement in there right now. That we've had since last September. That says specifically, it's on the back page, page 4, that any water right required in this title shall be a priority date that it ensures that it will not be in jeopardy of suspension or termination, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A recorded document must also accompany the evidence of water right that states the date of the water right, the scheduled date for possible suspension or termination of the water right, according to the applicable groundwater management plan, and that the property owner acknowledges the state engineer's intent to regulate said water right based on priority dates regardless of use, regardless of irrigation or domestic or any other thing.
And if you look at the draft document that I sent you all, it mimics that language in format. On the second paragraph, it talks about the date of the priority, when it's subject to suspension or termination, and then it has a brief blurb from the owner saying, I
that requirement right now is what I'm saying is in our ordinance.
Right, so it wouldn't require a change, but that's what's...
It's just that whether we record it as part of the building permit or anything like that.
So that make it take action, we just need to have it incorporated in what you've already noticed.
Exactly, yep. So that's Title 15. The other difference in Title 15 to just note, and this is kind of a big one, is that we are now including a new. So this would be probably the biggest change in the thing that people are going to be aware of and say, well, why are you doing this? Is a ground disturbance permit. This is a very first level. And a lot of jurisdictions require these. Some call it grading permit. Some call it
grubbing.
Pardon?
Grubbing.
Yeah. Anytime you disturb the ground, and we should have had this really a long time ago because of our prairie dog situation. We have a prairie dog regulation that says you can't disturb the ground without getting prairie dog clearance. What we're saying now is that you can't disturb the ground without first getting a ground disturbance permit, which, when you read the purpose of it, it explains that it's to evaluate what you're doing and helping you determine what permit you need. Whether you need a prairie dog permit, whether you're going to need a building permit, whether you need a subdivision, whether you need a stormwater pollution prevention, whether you need a flood hazard mitigation permit, whether you need a soils report, whether you need, what all you're going to be doing and what you need for that. And if it's determined that you don't need any of that, then you don't need the permit. It's just to say, look, let's put everybody on notice that before they go, they need to come in and we can issue a grading permit with this land disturbance permit if that's all they're going to do. But if they're changing the elevation of the ground and they're changing where floodwaters go, then it needs a floodwater mitigation permit. There are a number of things that this will help us with, but it is going to require somebody to do something more than what they've had to do. But it'll help us if we can get it, instigated, implemented, that'll save a lot of people a lot of headache because they go through the process and so I didn't know I needed that, and it's just going to be an education process for everybody to know that the very first thing they need to do is come in and get an evaluated land disturbance permit. And we try to make it as simple as really a lot of this language comes from the building permit language of what's required.
Somebody wants to plow an acre of their land on 20 acres and plant a big garden. Are they gonna have
There
to
is
come
an
in?
exemption for agriculture.
Okay.
You know, it's exempt for such, except that such permit shall not be required when the ground disturbance occurs during the customary practice of agriculture. So they wouldn't need it at that time. If they come in and ask, and it's great, everybody would ask. We just let everybody know that if you're going to disturb the ground, come and let's look at it. And if they're going to plant a garden or they're going to, you know, build a fence, depending on where they're going to do it, we'll look and see if they're in prairie dog habitat. If they're not in prairie dog habitat and they don't need a clearance letter, we can give them that. They don't need
So
it.
does it cost for this permit?
The one thing we do have on there is the permit is $35. $35 if we issue a permit, but we don't need to issue it if it's going to be one of the other permits that they're going to be required to have. So if they're going to need any of those other things, we'll just start with that. This would just be if they
So
don't
like a
need
soils they'll have to
Yeah.
have a different permit for a soils.
for a soils report. If they just need that because they're going to need it for the subdivision or they're going to need it for something else,
Even a home
then-
or
that's right. Then we'll just roll that into that permit. And if they did get this and then subsequently needing that other one, then we can just roll this fee into that other.
So what if somebody wants to take their Mini X and do a 6-foot wide grubbing to put a fence in? Are they going to need a permit?
We would want to review that to see whether they have prairie dog and whether they're going to be digging and whether they've got 811. We just do the customary things, you know. But yes, they could need one or they may not need one, depending on whether, you know, where they're at and what they're disturbing. But we would like to say yes to start with so that everybody looks at it and we can see what they're doing, and then we can just say, no, you're okay, go ahead. That's a lot easier than going out and seeing that they've got big mounds of dirt and, you know, things have changed.
I can see some real pushback on
Yeah,
this.
I know. That's why I
too.
bring it up. It's our first level, you know, of review and trying to provide information for people. So these, I don't know if you have any specific questions about the procedures or the changes there. Title 15, that's the biggest change, besides the water stuff we can do on that second part of that 15. But Title 16 is the big thick one that you have there. Title 16 is like 58 pages long. That's the subdivision ordinance. That's where most of the changes were, and that's where these tables are inserted on pages 4, 5, and 6.
Is the water issue for developers, the big developments in this one?
Yes.
In the big one?
Mm-hmm.
You said they were separate. You said the one-offs were separate from the developers, right?
One-offs are Title 15.
One-offs are Title 15.
The subdivisions are Title 16.
Got it. And just those two.
And Title 17 has the same language in it because it talks about the requirements in subdivisions and they're associated to subdivisions. Okay. But they're in each of those three sections, and we'll have to be consistent with those or decide how we want to look at them. But that's why today I felt like we open the public hearing, we have the discussion, we don't take action today because we have one more meeting before we have to adopt by the 1st of February. And then we can continue to discuss and take input and get comments and make any changes in 2 weeks.
Are you hoping to adopt this on the 22nd or on the, okay.
Yeah.
You said one more meeting before the 1st, so.
Yeah, which is the
This meeting.
22nd.
Yeah.
Right, we have one more meeting before the 1st, which is the 22nd.
Right, but that's when you're.
That's when we hope to adopt this because we have to have it in place by February 1st.
I was just thinking about the
Unless
water
we have a
issue, not
special
putting it
meeting.
off another meeting.
February 1st. We got to do it.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you have any other specific questions to what this ordinance does. Makes those changes in those three titles related to subdivision approval, land use authority, review process for subdivisions, and notification requirements. Those are all of the things that it incorporates besides the water change.
And they've all come down from the state.
Not the water changes.
Not the water changes, that's ours, but
Yeah,
everything else.
But the notification requirements and the subdivision review and land use authority appointment is a state requirement. Yep. Any specific questions, or you want to have a public hearing?
Not yet. For me.
I
about-
put held December 7th. I should have taken that off. That was the Planning Commission held their hearing on December 7th. Now, you have the opportunity, of course, to have a public hearing today and continue that public hearing if you want, and just leave it open and continue to take comments. Or you can just hold the public hearing today and then, close it, and then we can prepare any changes you want between now and then. It's up to you. Okay?
I'm going to do.
Oh, there's a lot of information.
That is a lot.
It's a lot of
And it is, it's been a challenge to try to get it all incorporated in a timely manner because, it's just, there's a lot of information when you have 58 pages and you go through and the biggest challenge, that's just the one section, and then you've got the others that you're trying to make sure that it reflects accurately between the sections and that we've got it
They
all
don't
covered.
contradict each
Yeah, and
other,
that they don't
too.
contradict, and there could be a mistake there, but I've gone through it pretty thoroughly, and I think that it's correct.
All right. Well, I'm going to, Chair's going to declare the public hearing open on item 5. Come up and tell us your name and.
I wasn't ready for this.
Uh-oh.
My name is Diana Stiller. I live in New Harmony. And I get the public notices through email.
Good.
And I know the state pushes all this stuff down, and I came to learn more about water rights and about this just to learn more.
Mhm.
And I have a headache. So I have sympathy for you guys. But the reason I come to all these meetings, and I do them here, in New Harmony, we have that odd situation of being mostly Washington, but partly yours. So the past almost a year, I've been going to as many planning and commission meetings as I can for both counties. I just don't drive at night by myself, so I miss out on the planning commission meetings here, which are so, and I have learned so much.
Really good.
My concern here, I'm paying attention because there's a really big development being tossed around for the Iron County portion of New Harmony. And I have a question about the notifications. The problem is where that's going in Iron County. There's no Iron County residents there. There is no Iron County voters there. None. It's us New Harmony folks. There are people that live across the street. There are people that have homes near to that.
Crossed I-15.
And on the other side,
South of 140.
yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
And so how do those people get notified? That's a big concern for me, especially since the timeline, and that's not on you guys, that's on the state. The timeline has been so constricted. Some of us have been working, and I'll use that particular development as an example, for quite a while to have our things in order for planning commission meetings and have our things in order for the commission meetings, and that process just got changed. So we're kind of unique. We're probably not, maybe we are the only place that has that problem, I don't know, but we are kind of unique in that. And this one is a huge deal. It affects that entire valley. And when you talk about the notifications going out to Iron County, that, again, that doesn't help us at all. And I'm a little
You can get
concerned about
those.
that.
You can get those.
I don't love the public notice website. It's kind of gangly to work with.
It is.
But I do like the idea behind it in that you can go and sign up for, the Iron County Commission
and Washington.
and the Washington County Planning Commission. So there is value in that. At least you can get signed up for both of those. And I get where you're coming from, but
It's a little. No, I am on both of them. I get lots of emails.
oh yeah.
And I am on both of them. But we just, in the idea of when people come to, usually people are showing up at public hearings because they want to complain, right? And the better informed we are, the more productive it is. It's more efficient for your time. It's more efficient for us. If we know what you guys can and can't do, or what the Planning Commission can and can't do, and focus our arguments on that. So that's just, that, I was just planning on sitting and listening in the back and adding to my notebook. And So I just want to point that out. But
So do you have any suggestions?
I'm not sure because I just found out about it. I mean, I knew about this, and I thought if I can see Reed's name on there explaining that and the discussion of the water rights, I figured I would learn more about both, which is useful here. But I'm not sure what to do specifically for us in New Harmony and that particular development. Plus, there's more. There's land in between there and the freeway. That's Iron County. That is unfortunately probably not going to get sold to someone who wants to graze cattle there. So I'm not sure what to do about that type of notification. I get the notifications. There's several of us that do.
You've been proactive, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah. That tends to be my nature. Plus, I accidentally got some information that.
It's a challenge because not everyone is, or
Yeah.
you don't know to be interested in something until, kind of like this water thing. A lot of people are like
Yeah.
blindsided, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. If I'm in the notices that one person mentioned that sometimes on the agendas, and I have a government background. Sometimes you look at the agendas and it's like,
What does that mean?
you don't even know what all of that means, and you don't know if it's something you're supposed to be paying attention to or not. You know, especially with your division, your use of the word subdivision, that could be, 20 acres, and they just want to carve out 1 acre to build a house. And by the way, I learned about the R4K that you guys have. I think I'm really happy about that, and I've mentioned this to you because and I learned about it by going to the Iron County Planning Commission meetings with that specific subdivision. It seems that affordable, and now it's often called attainable housing, has deteriorated to where it means a townhouse or a condo.
Mhm.
And I think county commissions can do better, and they can make the developers do better for the little families like in my valley. Who wants to live in the only people who want to live in a condo in my New Harmony Valley, people want a cheap place to live. And people should be living there because they want to live in a rural community. But there's families that can't afford big properties, but they could do that. In the 3430, the one street is an example of that. It can be done, and it's on you guys to make the developers do that. And at least, so I hope this works out. Who knows? It's going to take a long time. But I really like that acknowledgement is in there.
We can't make them do anything, but we can provide the tools, and this R4K is a great option
Yeah.
for them to start doing smaller homes, smaller lots. And
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell some of the other people in the valley that are interested. You guys and the Planning Commission can only do what ordinances allow you to do. And we need to know those ordinances as well as possible to come and make sure, because I'm protecting my investment too. Property, it's all over the place where people have a right to develop their property and profit from it. But that's true for a developer, but it's also true for me. And my 10 acres I have that I did what I want with it. And to me, my opinion, I'm just as valuable as a developer. But anyways, those are my thoughts. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Chair will declare the public hearing closed on item 5.
Okay, again, just a review of the schedule. It is public hearing today and then scheduled for action on the 22nd. So that's where the process has been and where we've been through it with the Planning Commission and here. I will mention one other thing that I failed to mention, that in Title 17, there's another handout there, the table of uses that you'll see that I did hand out. That is an attempt to simplify a lot of uses that can go from a conditional use to an administrative land use. You'll see a lot of ones that are crossed off, a lot of C's crossed off and an A by the side of them. And that is hopefully make it easier for people to do some of those uses without having to go through. We can do it now in 10 days because of the class notice requirements are now 10 days instead of 14. We'll send letters out to adjacent property owners for 10-day notice, and then we can issue the permit. They don't have to submit to the Planning Commission, get a public hearing, and do all that. So it can be a simpler process for some of those uses. we ran that past the Planning Commission. They're reviewing those as well, and told them that we'll continue to take comment on those from the Planning Commission through up to the 22nd, so that if they felt like maybe this one really ought to come to the Planning Commission, we can leave it on as a conditional use. But a lot of those are changed, or we're proposing they be changed. We've gone through them with staff and the Planning Commission, and believe that a lot of those things can be simplified. And make it easier for people to be able to do things there on the property without having to go through a conditional use permit. So you can look at those and see if you believe that, you know, those are good or not. But it's really an attempt to try to simplify it and streamline a lot of the processes. Any other questions about those? Otherwise, thank you very much. That is where we are with that, and so the ordinance then 2024 is all will be on the agenda. It was advertised, you know, both that it would be a public hearing with anticipated action on the 22nd. So that's been advertised, and we can include that other stuff. I'd be glad to work with, you know, whoever, you know, on making that language change for the next time. And what I'll try to do is I'll try to get these changes on the website so that people can also review those, because I've been making these changes right up until Planning Commission meeting Thursday, and in fact I made some this morning to give to you that the Planning Commission recommended. So then I'll get them posted so that people could, if they have questions on them, they can get online and look at them. I'll try to get that up this week.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Reed.
All right. Agenda item number 7, public comment.
Did you want to look at the second part of number 6?
Oh,
I don't know. Or sorry, the first part listed there. Did you want to do any reorganization of commission assignments? It doesn't have to be this first meeting of the year, and I don't know that you had anything imminent pending, but
we've looked. We've
I
not
would-
talked about any.
I'm good with
I think we're good.
Okay.
Unless there's.
I just didn't want to slide past that.
Sometimes in
and
the
not,
middle of the year, just, you know, like the fair, we change.
and it's
but
not codified. It's not. I mean, it's just they're informal assignments. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we want to just pile a lot on Marilyn since she's
right.
Why not?
Yeah.
I think that would be
Eh,
fun.
I don't think
o'clock.
so.
5 o'clock.
Okay. We're skipping it, John.
Got it.
Public comments. We're open to public comment. 3-minute time limit for speaker for public comment. Don't repeat other comments. Only items that are not agendized. Yes.
Okay. My name's Cassie Easley. So first of all, I want to thank you and John for coming down to Cedar on Wednesday night. It was very encouraging to have you guys there because we really enjoy it when we can actually have open conversations with back and forth dialogue with the people that we elect to represent us. So
Sure.
thank you, and I hope your mom's water heater's
Water heater. She's got hot water. She's got hot water again.
okay. So I thought about a lot of what we talked about on Wednesday night, and I did have some comments to make, but I'm not doing it to be inflammatory. It's some things that I've talked to people about, and so I want to bring it to you guys so that you know what we are talking about, so that you'll be aware. And I'm not saying it to slam anyone. I'm saying that these are thoughts that we are having, and maybe you can help.
Who's we?
We. People I know, people in other groups of things that we are concerned about, things that happen in our community. So
And the meeting was about the jail, to
the
clarify.
meeting was about the jail. That's why I'm
So the tax
including
watch, some of those groups.
some of these things, yes. People that I went to the meeting. I met up with some friends. We talked about it. They've talked to their friends. They've gotten back to me. We've all been kind of discussing it because I went in with a kind of attitude that this was going to be bad. Wasn't as bad as I thought it was, so I conveyed that to the people that I know so that I could come back here and talk to you guys about it. So I'm precluding it with this so that you know that I'm not here to attack you guys. I'm here to say that we've been talking about it, and this is kind of some of the things that have come up, so I'm presenting it to you guys, okay?
Okay.
Great.
So one of the biggest things that people are having a problem with is that this time is for the meetings. Everybody works Monday mornings. And Mr. Blake commented on the fact that you guys cannot have meetings when, like, the city councils are having meetings and things like that. So it makes it really hard. So I actually looked up all the city councils in Iron County. Nobody does anything Monday nights. So
the church has family home evening, which would be, I think, would conflict for some
Okay.
folks.
Oh, okay.
It's more of a
Just saying that.
It's more of a
It's a church
it's a traditional thing in the community that Monday nights are.
And people that are
Open.
not of that religion, we don't know
Wouldn't
that.
know, yeah.
So that wasn't something that we were aware of. So what we did look into that, and we found out, oh, Monday nights are free.
Yeah.
But obviously didn't know that about other religious situations. Okay, so I wanted to throw that out there. But we did notice that when you did do the truth in taxation, and it was in the evening, everybody showed up. And twofold reason. One, because they could, and two, because it was something that highly affected all of us. And we feel that if we could be more actively able to come to the meetings rather than at something that big major happens, we would have more open dialogue back and forth to be able to not have it turn into what it turned into on that night. That was, I mean, it was it wasn't great for everybody. I'm just going to say. I mean, I know especially for you guys. Because
guaranteed.
Right? I mean, it wasn't a great situation. And if we'd had more opportunity to go back and forth. I've committed by changing my schedules that I can be here so that the people that I do associate with will be more aware of what's going on a more regular basis. So I changed my schedules, and so I can do that now. Not everybody can. So we're going to try and be more involved with the people that we can.
So just real quick, you understand that these are taped, that you can go to YouTube
Right.
and watch
But
all of them.
We can. And here's the problem, though, is when you get busy with your life and your kids are home and everything's going on in the evening, who has time to sit down and watch a city a commission meeting? It's really actually harder. If we can be there, it's in-person things are a lot easier. So, but the other thing is everybody's concerned about the jail. And so when we were talking to Commissioner Bleak at the meeting, he mentioned a couple of things. First of all, it's not in the Utah Constitution to have a jail, because I reread the Constitution. It is in legislation, but it is not in the Constitution. Just
But
for
the
your
sheriff's office is in the Constitution.
It's in the legislation. It's not. The sheriff's department wasn't unless you know.
As of last legislative session.
Oh, they amended the Constitution.
The sheriff's office was placed. The sheriff's office is a constitutional position as of the last legislative session.
Okay, so we're talking about different things, but okay, that's fine. We know that the jail that we have right now, there is a problem as a community. We know this, and we know something needs to be done. We're having a problem with a 600-bed jail. And we are very concerned why we have not had a feasibility study specifically for the old jail. And I know you've had other people do it, but an independent feasibility study would be something that we would really like to have, because we don't trust you guys. We just don't trust you. And you're telling us this is what it is, and this is the way that you want it, and that if we don't do it this way, then we're not going to have a jail, and it feels like you're threatening us into giving you what you want. And by going by that approach, a lot of people are angry. We are very freedom loving, and when you say things like that, we just dig in our heels and say no. But if we could have something that would show us that this is really the way to go. If you want the people behind you, you need to convince us that this is the right way to go, instead of continually telling us this is what we're going to do, this is what we have to do, and you have to be on board with us. We want you to do something that can convince us that what you're saying is true, because a lot of people don't trust you.
Can I talk about that for a quick?
Okay, go ahead.
Address that. So we did ask our architect to take a week and do a feasibility study on the remodel of the jail. Now, you could argue that, he's just going to make money. Well, yeah, he can make money building a new jail, or he can make money remodeling the old jail. But he did a week's worth of work on that and did a very extensive explanation of that at a meeting we had at the theater.
Were you at
Were
that
you there?
meeting?
I was not, but I
There was
am aware
very
of the
few
meeting.
people there that
That's-
saw that, and it's been recorded, so you could go back and watch that for what it's worth.
Which, again, I had to be told at a later date that this had happened. Actually, Wednesday night was the first I had actually heard of it, because I don't have the time to go and check every single meeting that you guys have. And nobody had mentioned it to me, and I've talked to people about it. A lot of people hadn't even heard that this had happened. And we are just trying to figure out if we can get behind you guys on this. We don't feel confident that we're being told everything in an honest manner. Is it going to cost $90 million to fix the old jail? We don't think that that's the case. We don't have anything telling us that how much it would cost to fix the old jail. We're just being told that we have to spend this $90 million on this new 600-bed jail that we really don't feel that Iron County needs. The state says we're a Class 3 rural county. As a Class 3 rural county, we have a lower population, and Iron County is not projected to change their class status as of the state's website all the way through 2062. So if we're not going to increase our class status by population, and I understand you guys want state inmates, you want this jail to be a moneymaker. Jail is a place for people to go who have committed crimes that need to do their time and come back into the community, not a place for us to foot the bill for state prisoners and then have them come in and say to the states, oh, here's your $3,000 per prisoner per month so that you guys can have a bigger jail. The state messed up. Our community doesn't need to be the one paying for the state's mistake. And then we decide that we're going to ask the state legislators to go and make a new bill so that Iron County can get this jail that they want. And a lot of us are not real happy about that, because when they increase the taxes at the state, Iron County is still paying for them. And Iron County does not keep most of our property taxes. It goes out of here. It goes to states and schools and things that we're not able to use our own property taxes for things that we want. So we're having a huge amount of interrelationship stuff going on that a lot of us are angry about, and we're not trusting government at any level right now. And we want to. And we need to figure something out that you guys can do, that you can show us that we're being told what is actual and factual for us in areas that we want to see. Like, what would be the cost to make a smaller jail? Why, staying a small community, do we have to take state prisoners? Why can't we have a jail that is for our county? We would support that. So these are things that we're concerned about. I'm letting you know our concerns. And if you guys could help and get this information out to us, we'd love to get behind you, but we want to get behind something that we believe in too, not just what you guys have sat and decided that you believe in this and we're going to do this and we're going to push it through. So that's all I'm here to
Probably
say.
about 15 hours of meetings online that you can watch.
I'm going to say, and I'm going to cut you off. We do have a 3-minute time limit.
And I apologize for that, and I know I went over.
But literally every concern that you brought up has been addressed in those public meetings that are all online.
Right.
And
Except
truly,
for the fact that we can't be at them because it's at 10 o'clock in the morning.
You can watch them.
Oh no, these are
recorded.
the vast majority of these have been in the evening. We've had probably 10 or more public
Commission
meetings.
Oh yeah, on
Pub-
the jail.
Public meetings on the jail specifically. All of the recordings of those meetings are on ironcounty.net.
ironcounty.net.
And this has
Okay.
gone back over 2 years. Every single one of those meetings is, and we've talked about smaller jails. We've talked about.
Okay.
I mean, basically everything that you brought up is out there.
Okay, and that's good to know because we don't know that. So by coming here and telling you what our concerns are, now we're able to gain the information that we're looking for.
Yeah, look on there. And again,
Okay.
I told you the other night, we're committed to being involved in the process. and I know you don't trust us, but you know what?
But we're trying.
We have done our due diligence, and we have spent an exorbitant amount of taxpayer money already to get the answers that you're asking for.
Okay.
And so please go back and.
Absolutely, and I will convey this, and I'll talk to the people that I know, and we will start looking into it.
And with all due respect, 5 o'clock tonight, there's an opening for a commission seat. And
I'm sorry, I've already declared for U.S. Congress.
Okay. But one of your group, more than welcome to
I've been
file.
trying to get someone to run for commission, where they're just.
An opening
I
right
don't
now.
know. People don't want this responsibility.
Mhm.
This is a big responsibility, and it's hard to get people to step up and take that
then when people
responsibility.
come and say we don't get the information, and we've had so many.
We have given
Right.
the information. It's frustrating
Right.
on our
It
side.
is frustrating.
Right, I get that, and that's why I'm saying I needed information as well, and I have not been committed.
I hope you'll watch the 15 hours or so and then come back
Oh.
and report what you learn. That'd be good.
Oh, absolutely, I will. I will take the time. I am also going to college and running for Congress, so it might take me a while to get through 15 hours of video.
Cassie, I could clarify every one of those points if you want to just reach out to me.
Okay.
And I'm happy to spend time with you.
Okay, I'll make an appointment. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 8. Review and ratification of MOU between Iron County and the Utah Department of Natural Resources for parking and trail maintenance. Sam.
This was an agreement we drafted with the state.
Department of Outdoor Rec.
Yep, Division of Outdoor Recreation. It's a 5-year agreement. They're using the fairgrounds to place some of their equipment and some office space for a computer. Subject to review annually after the first 5-year term. We can give a 6-month notice if we want to terminate it early, but I expect they'll be good partners, good community partners with this. So, and in exchange, it's anticipated they'll be doing some trail work in the area, so that's a huge benefit for Iron County.
Yep.
Great. Call for motion.
I would move for ratification of a MOU between Iron County and the Utah Department of Natural Resources for parking and trail maintenance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number 9, discussion and possible approval, extension of professional service contract for wildlife mitigation technologies for Mr. Worthen.
This is just an extension of my current contract, and to reflect an increase in the contract for 2004, the calendar year of 2004. Or
24.
2024.
I was going, did
Still
we
back
miss
in-
something?
still
You're
back
living in the past.
Okay, any questions on that contract?
So it'd
Oh.
probably be comparable to what our raises that we
Yeah.
gave.
Yeah, and most of the raises for inflation.
Yeah. Gas and fuel. And
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Call for motion.
I'd make a motion to
Oh.
approve.
You don't want to hear this. You don't need to hear this. Because I know you already know how valuable Mike is, but I would
Oh,
just
yeah.
like to add
Hold on.
that this is one of the great things that Iron County does right now, is having a contract with Mike, and the services that he provides are so important to the county that I don't know if he really appreciate all of that he does in relation to natural resources, but prairie dogs and trails and all of the other things, and the grants and the amount of money that Mike brings in on grants is just incredible. So he's a
Oh,
great
yeah.
asset to the
Oh,
county.
yeah.
We absolutely know that.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
We also
really do.
we also realize that your wife knew that retirement's twice the husband and half the money. So
And we're glad that you're still here.
very
Well,
glad.
I may mention to you that money that I get in there, a lot of it actually goes to match, because you're paying me, and I can use that money to match
For the
grant,
match, yeah.
and the county doesn't have to come up with any
Oh,
money
that's
to
awesome.
match the grant.
That's awesome.
Good.
And
Yeah.
so we've been able to get skid steers.
We're happy that you're extending. That's awesome. You ready for motion?
Yep.
I'll move to approve the extension of professional service contract for wildlife mitigation technology for Michael V. Worthen.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mike.
Great, thanks, Mike. Blaine, you're up.
Holy cow!
Blaine should
he
get
had
a
to
raise.
sit here all day long.
Asking for a raise for sitting through that.
Annual Iron County Bee Inspector Report for 2023.
It's good to be here and watch people I can't trust.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, boy.
As you know, this report is required by Title IV, Chapter 11 of the Utah State Code, the Utah Bee Inspection Act. The act requires each county to have a bee inspector. The county inspectors are volunteers. Most of us get paid a little bit for expenses, which you're doing for me, and I appreciate that. It requires me to inspect the beekeepers' hives in the county, and then give you an annual report, and also give this report to the state. You can see there on the front page that I inspected 18 apiaries bee yards this year, total of 67 or 87. 67 again.
67.
That's what it shows up on the
67. Yep.
Hives. Some of them are in really good shape, some are not. You see the first one there here in Cedar City, a 19% infestation rate of varroa mites, a parasite that we have. If you get into double digits, that colony is not going to survive. Hobby beekeepers typically lose half of their bees every year, half of their colonies, because they're not managing the mites. And 19% is just way out of control. You'll see in there that I got to take a look at several colonies that already died out. These mites are extremely devastating to us. We have some really good tools to take care of them, but the beekeepers need to know how to count the mites and how to treat, and that's part of my job. I work with them there. I show them how to do the mite counts and so on. Now on the last page, you'll see down at the bottom, the third from the bottom line here in Cedar City, he had 2 colonies with a 2% mite count, which is good. That's the borderline. Above that, we need to do something about it. And just a couple of blocks away, the line below that at 15%. So her bees are on the verge of collapse. And I told Tom that he needs to not be complacent, because just a couple of blocks away, he's got a colony, a neighbor that's going to collapse, and his bees are going to be over there stealing honey and bringing home mites and disease. So that's what we're trying to do, is get the beekeepers educated, get them to where they're managing the bees. And I'm doing this inspection as a service to my fellow beekeepers, but it's also kind of selfish. I figure if my neighbors have healthy bees, I don't have to worry about mine.
I see yours as 0.
Practice what I preach.
Nice.
I do what I tell them to do.
I love that.
Good.
It's not that hard. It takes maybe 15 minutes every 2 weeks for each hive. It's not that much work. But most people, when they get into beekeeping, think all I have to do is put a pretty yard in the back, pretty box in the backyard, and I've got honey. And they spend an extra $1,000 to get one with a spigot on it. That's all there is to it. And they fail every time. Mm-hmm. But I'm trying to help. Any questions for me?
We appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to serve.
This is a job that's important that nobody thinks about. So.
Well, I have fun doing it.
Awesome.
You probably
Good.
make 25 cents an hour, Blaine. Is that right? Thank you.
I appreciate it. Item number 11, discussion and possible approval of memorandum of understanding between the Iron County School District and Iron County for emergency busing services presented by George Colson, our emergency manager.
He went for lunch.
So George is out to lunch?
Yeah,
George.
Just restate
Ask
there.
almost anybody. Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
So one of my biggest concerns is, as far as the disaster business, is earthquakes. That's the one that would be the big one for us. And we might have to evacuate large parts of the county. We don't have public transportation in the county. And so I'd like to enter into an MOU with the school district. I came up with a MOU, the wording. I sent it to Sam. Sam said it was okay. And so I sent it over to the school district. They ran it through their legal, and their superintendent signed it. It does obligate us if we have to evacuate large parts of the county or any part of the county to reimburse the school district for any damage or anything to their buses and things like that. So there is a money issue, but I would encourage and like the commission to sign off on that so that that's one less thing I have to worry about.
Well,
Yep.
our goal is to make your life easier and keep you happy.
I'm by nature not a happy person.
We know.
True.
Picking on him.
I would move for approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Iron County School District and Iron County for emergency busing services and to make George Colson happy.
Going in the minutes.
Second.
It's going in the minutes.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And anybody that carries a gun and a badge, you want to keep happy.
We could start with the guy behind me.
We've been trying.
All right, number 12, 2024 cooperative agreement between Utah State University Extension Services and Iron County. Welcome, Josh, to the
He's
podium.
been sitting a while too.
I didn't know. I saw water on the agenda, and I should have known.
Should have packed a lunch.
That was the item that was going to keep me back. No, it's good to be here. I haven't been to only those other ones that hearings and things, so I need some experience how this all works. So,
Josh, before you go, have you got a card on you?
they're in the mail.
Okay.
So
Before you go, I needed to talk to you, and I didn't have your contact info, so I need to get my stuff updated. So
Okay.
I'll get that from you after.
Yeah, sounds good. But I just want to start by telling you thank you for your support. I travel the state doing all kinds of different things already in the past few months I've been here, and other ag agents and stuff are pretty jealous of our support here in Iron County, and I know that for sure because we have some really good facilities and backing. So I guess with this agreement, it's just I guess the thing that we do every year to re-up it. I think it's pretty interesting being new to extension and getting into this. That how great of a relationship and the opportunity we have to work here and to be able to bring all these different research-based things and help the people here. So I think the only things that were updated pretty much in here were the budget figures that had been approved in the prior year for our 2024 year. So thanks for that. And I think that is about it. We do have a full staff now, just so you know. Kathy's replacement has been hired, and she's been here for like 5 hours now.
What's her name?
Megan Johnston. So she seems to be really good. She's been in Cedar City for quite some time. Her family was in different things, and she was an educator and things, so she's really good.
Nice.
So I'll go
Great.
talk with her after I'm done here.
Cool.
So yeah, thank you. Appreciate
Yep.
it.
All right. Call for a motion.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
I'll
Yeah,
move to approve a 2024 cooperative agreement between Utah State University Extension Services and Iron County.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Item number 13, discussion of possible approval of grazing permit agreement with Ballard Land and Cattle Limited Company, APN E-241-65.
Okay, Commissioners, this is a kind of real small grazing permit, but because it is county-owned property, we have to bring it forward. This is Ballard Land and Cattle Limited Company. It's 40 acres out north or northwest of Burl Junction. The county owns a gravel pit out there that they really don't do much with because it's sanded in mostly, but anyway, they own it. Ballard, he leased the Sitla property around that, and by leasing this, it saves him from having to build a fence. And also, it's only 1.5 animal use months, which equates to $10.01 a year.
It's just more to talk about.
Exactly.
Anyway, I'm asking you to approve this lease, and so we can get it going.
Okay. I'd move for approval of grazing permit agreement with Ballard Land and Cattle Limited Company, APN E-241-65.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
John, have you got the signed copy that he signed?
That's right there.
And then you need to take it.
But if you could run down and make sure we get
a copy.
Yeah,
Let me dig it out of the pile.
It's at the bottom.
He's been over there working on them. I saw him.
Okay, let me give you.
Is that not the current one?
Picked a good day to resign.
I'll say, look at that pile.
Big old heap.
Oh.
Let me give you this one.
Oh, he's got that signed too.
That'll be good.
And just get a copy of it.
Yeah.
For the clerk's office.
And we'll need that original in our office, but certainly. You want to give him the folder, Mike?
There's the folder with the whole. Keep it
Randy will know
straight.
what to do.
Thanks, Mike.
Do you want yours as well while you're here? Or can we take care of that later? Okay. See if
You
Mike
want
can
to
find
take it?
Okay. Do I need to countersign you?
Do we need to change
Yeah, you need
names?
It needs to be attested, so.
Yeah. No se preocupe.
That's fine.
Whatever that means.
Don't worry about it.
Jennifer, you're up.
Good afternoon. All right. So in the landfill, Colin Shirtliff was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting and interview process to backfill the vacant full-time Parowan scale operator technician 1 position, effective 1/8/2024. Kevin Swenson in the assessor's office was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting and interview process to backfill the vacant full-time appraiser data analyst position, effective 1/8/2024. In Sheriff's Office Corrections, Heather Horniak. Ooh, I lied. We're still on the assessor. I apologize. Heather was selected.
Hey, what happened to that
Heather.
one?
Heather Horniak was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting and interview process to backfill the vacant part-time Parowan DMV position.
How does Heather spell her last name?
Hornyak.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Common spelling?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Effective date 1/8/2024. And now we're on Sheriff's Office Corrections. Adam Andresen was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting and interview process to backfill the vacant full-time Corrections Deputy 1, effective 1/7/2024. And he's already certified, so he will have the sign-on bonus after his successful completion of FTO. In Sheriff's Office Corrections as well, Christopher Caro has completed all skills and tasks required to receive a promotion from a Deputy 1 to a Deputy 2, effective January 21st, 2024. And then, let me pull this one. In the Fair Department, Cammie Cox was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting and interview process to backfill the vacant part-time marketing administrative assistant position, effective 1/8/2024.
And Cammie spelling?
Cammie C-O-X, Cox.
C-A-M-M-I-E?
C-A-M-M-I. Or C-A-M-I, I apologize.
1 M?
1 M, 1 I.
M-I.
Got it. Thank you.
You
Okay.
bet.
I will move to approve in agenda item 14, items A through D as outlined.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Excellent. Any board issues?
I don't think so. I think we're good on those, aren't we?
Awesome. Okay. We'll declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for being here and participating.
I should have brought lunch, shouldn't I have? I thought about
Now
it.
you-
Now I say.